lead us in the pledge.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, turn his mic. Okay, we're going to do this again. We already did it once. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Now you know why they haven't asked me in 23 years to do this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very nice, Jim Healy. We should have called on you sooner for the pledge. We have this morning Pastor Amy
Amanat.
Yeah, from the Holy Cross Lutheran Church in Wheaton, and we're delighted to have you, Pastor. Thank you very much. And if you'd be kind enough, would you lead us in invocation?
Sure. I greet you from the newly renovated sanctuary here at Holy Cross. We took the advantage of being out of our building to make quite a bit of renovations here. So if you're ever wanting to see a beautiful space, I invite you as always. This time of the year is when we focus so much of our energy on gratitude. We realize it's one of the things, in fact, in life that connects us, the ability to be grateful. These days before Thanksgiving, it's truly a blessing to be able to take time to be grateful for friends and family and jobs and support and leaders and roads and schools and safety, so much, including the precious nature of each new day, days that are certainly not promised to us, but days for which we must be grateful when they are given to us. As we ready our minds and hearts for this meeting, let us pray. We pray for these leaders and for wisdom and grace. Help us to approach all that is before us with an orientation toward gratitude. Be with these people and guide us all. In God's holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Mm-hmm.
Short and sweet.
Pursuant to the governor's executive order, I will entertain a motion to permit the members of the board attending by telephone via this Zoom link to participate and vote in this meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
So moved, DeCiani.
And a second.
Second, Rutledge.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to the roll call. Mr. Clerk, Mr. Deputy Clerk, I can see you there. Would you be kind enough to administer the roll?
Chaplin.
Here.
Covert.
Here.
Desart.
Here.
DeCiani.
Here.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Here.
Hart.
Here.
Healy. Krajewski.
Here.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Here.
Pachowski.
Here.
Renahan.
Here.
Rutledge.
Here.
Selman.
Here.
Tornatori. Zay.
Here.
Still no Tornatori? Good.
Well, we have a quorum. We can add Member Tornatori when you give me the signal, Mr. Clerk. I may not be able to pick that up here. I'll scroll through my member windows here. Moving on to the next item on our agenda entitled Chairman's Report, we do have two items. First and foremost, we have the RTA budget presentation. This is an annual presentation I believe it is required by Illinois statute. And the other item in our report is the outgoing elected officials' presentations. So with that, I would like to introduce.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm here. No, I'm finally back on.
Yeah, there you go, Adam. There's Deputy Clerk Johnson. Member Tornatore has joined us with the record. So reflect, please. So on the order, Chairman's report, RTA budget presentation. We have with us via Zoom today our representative on the RTA is David Andalcio, as well as Leanne Redden, Bay, Raina Hickey. This morning we will hear from these folks that represent DuPage County in this all-important public transit agency to present an annual report. I am pleased to welcome David Andalcio, our DuPage County representative on the RTA board, Leanne Redden, Executive Director of the RTA, and B. Raina Hickey, the CFO. Each year this group presents the RTA budget to this body. And so I want to thank David and Leanne and B. It's been a really difficult time for all of us, and I know in public transit you have some monumental challenges. But with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Andalcio. Please proceed, sir.
Good morning, members, and thank you, Chairman Cronin. In the essence of time and sensitivity, as you know, these are trying times for all of the service boards, Metra, PACE, and CTA, and paratransit. And these are very, very trying times and requires drastic measures. Today, we're going to be presenting the budgets for all of the service boards. And I'd like to turn this over to Leanne Redden, who will give you a full and detailed report. And B. Hickey is with us as well. Leanne.
Thanks, Director Andalcio. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thanks for having us. Sadly, we're not doing this in person, so we get to talk to each other from our home offices, I guess. But as Director Andalcio said, we're also joined by B. Raina Hickey, who is our CFO, who would be able to answer any specific questions. And I don't have to tell you, any of you on this board, that this is a critical time for our region, our nation, and more importantly, from my perspective at least, for the future of public transportation. As with every other transit agency in the US, our system has suffered dramatic decreases in ridership and revenues. I know that you've heard from Metra and PACE, and the region's detailed budget materials are also available on our website. So I kind of want to spend just a few minutes talking about the broader regional picture. We find ourselves in a moment that requires bold thought and action. As a region, we must ensure that our transit system continues to serve its riders reliably, even in the absence of additional federal relief. And while weathering the difficult year ahead, we must also plan strategically to reinvent our transit system to ensure that it can adapt for our region's long-term future. Since the pandemic began, PACE, Metra, and the CTA, our three service boards, have continued providing safe, reliable trips to meet the dramatically shifting customer needs. Their employees have performed heroically, in particular by transporting essential workers safely from the first days of the crisis. So together, the transit agencies have created a culture of COVID prevention, and our region's buses and trains have never been cleaner. Overall, the proposed 2021 regional operating budget, which is the compilation of the three service boards' individual budgets, totals $3.02 billion, a decrease of $157.4 million from our pre-COVID 2021 plans. The proposed 5-year capital program also totals $6.35 billion. In March 2020, the Federal CARES Act provided $1.4 billion, which has shielded the transit operators from the revenue losses due to the decrease in fare collection and tax receipts. But those dollars will begin to run out in 2021, leaving our transit system with a potential shortfall of more than $500 million. So therefore, the RTA and the service boards have joined with our national association and our transit partners across the country to call for a new federal relief package, looking for an additional $32 billion for transit systems nationwide. The proposed operating budget for 2021, our 2-year financial plan, and our 5-year capital program assumes further financial relief from the federal government, without which a day of reckoning will come in early 21 when budgets that we're discussing today would need to be revised to enact painful service cuts. In addition to looking outside the agencies for assistance, the RTA board has also begun recovery efforts that position each of the agencies better to navigate the potential financial challenges. So due to the impact of the pandemic, as of the beginning of November, ridership is down 69% system-wide, and that's a comparison to 2019. Due to the decreased ridership, farebox revenues for all 3 service boards, they reached their low point in May, and they've been followed by some steady but slow increases. With the transit agencies, we have collectively developed this year's budget materials to protect transit from the uncertainties of COVID-19, but while also speaking frankly about possible ramifications if additional relief does not emerge. To respond proactively to the financial crisis caused by the pandemic and to prepare for potential challenges ahead in 21, the RTA has begun a 3-step strategy to address the regional transit system's near and longer term recovery from COVID-19. So our first step is to adopt the 21 budget, as we're talking about today, and that reflects the realities of this current crisis. We will move into a public hearing. We have been presenting at all the county boards. We had a very detailed discussion with all 3 service boards at our board meeting last week, and our hope is to culminate in approving the budget in December. Our second step in the recovery process is to execute that budget and then make decisions as needed to sustain transit during this time of uncertainty. And our final step will be to engage in strategic recovery planning and apply bold thinking as we consider how to reinvent transit in the region with an outlook of 2023 and beyond. So moving to the 5-year capital program, for the last several years and based on the vision and goals from our strategic plan Invest in Transit, the RTA and the service boards have been working together to articulate and advance a regional transit capital strategy. The enactment of Rebuild Illinois, it seems so long ago, but just back in June 2019, provided the RTA region's transit system with $2.6 billion over 5 years in state bonding and an estimated $227 million annually in gas tax revenues. Throughout 2020, the RTA and the service boards have worked diligently on executing that capital program. The service boards continued robust construction programs despite the pandemic impacts to their operations and their workforce. In 2020, about half of the Rebuild Illinois bond funds and the first $227 million were granted to the service boards. So those projects are getting started and will continue with ongoing maintenance projects as well as enhancements that will contribute to maintaining the overall regional system. The RTA and the service boards have also been working to improve the transparency of the capital program and with the use of data to understand the impacts of the program on our strategic priorities. New this year, the 5-year capital program is also presented by Invest in Transit's core requirements, the 3 strategic goals for the 5-year timeframe, and a set of specific priority projects that are being advanced with additional funding. So more detailed information regarding the regional budget and links to the service board's individual budget details and all the public hearing information can easily be found on our website at rtachicago.org. We encourage you to review those and let us know if you have any questions. Our virtual public hearing will be held on Thursday, December 3rd. That's just next week. And it will be completely open to the public and held via Zoom. We invite, and people can sign up through our website to make sure they get the appropriate link. We will also be accepting comments via phone, via email, and through the website as well. We also invite you to consider subscribing to our bi-weekly COVID-19 update newsletter, and you can connect to that through our communications website at communications@rtachicago.org to be added to that list. So while DuPage County is engaged with the RTA throughout the region via your appointed board member, Mr. Andolcio, who is very much engaged, and we talk regularly, and I really appreciate his engagement and support. These presentations present us an opportunity to talk with you specifically at the county board level, to hear any questions you may have, to offer us any input that you may have specifically on the budget process, but other things as well. So at this point, I just want to thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Leanne. Anyone have questions for Leanne Redden? Any questions? You know, just speak up. I have to click on all the screens here to see if somebody's holding their hand up. It doesn't look like you were so thorough, Leanne, so comprehensive that apparently there are no questions. That's wonderful.
No problem. Like I said, if anyone has any other questions, they can also email us and reach out to us directly.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Leanne. Have a great day. Have a great week. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Same to you. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so moving right along on the order of chairman's report, we have some acknowledgements. It is, I think it's fitting that today's meeting falls on Thanksgiving week because this morning we offer our thanks first and foremost to those who've been working so hard on the front lines battling COVID-19. Please join me in thanking our police, fire, EMTs, sheriff's department, dispatchers, and other first responders. We also thank our healthcare workers from the DuPage Care Center. We recognize the incredible effort you put forth every day to keep our residents safe and happy. Please accept our gratitude. And finally, thanks to our DuPage Health Department and OSEM, Office of Emergency Management staff, making the testing site work every day and expanding our testing with our new facility in Villa Park. And our facilities and housekeeping staff, keeping our county campus safe and very clean. We are a team here in DuPage, and we strive to keep our employees and our residents as healthy and safe as possible. Thank you to all who play a role in that effort. And please join me in a round of applause for our county's frontline workers. Very nice. Okay. So with that, today, as we begin our county proclamations and presentations, we are proud to recognize several county officials who have served DuPage with honor and diligence. I'm going to ask Vice Chair Jim Zay to help with the presentation of our proclamations, please. So I'm going to begin by thanking Recorder Fred Buckles for his 41 years of service to DuPage County. Fred has been instrumental in modernizing and upgrading operations within his office to guarantee the safety and security of DuPage land records that date back over 100 years. He has been a leader in the state, serving on committees appointed by the Secretary of State to standardize electronic delivery of documents to all 102 counties. Fred already accepted our proclamation of commendation earlier today. I think Jim Zay was kind enough to convey that sentiment to him. And so we wish Fred great happiness in his retirement. Please join me in applauding Fred and thanking him for his many contributions to his office and our county. Very nice, Fred. Next, I'd like to welcome Bob Grogan up to the podium. You can join Jim Zay up there, keeping an appropriate distance, of course. And During his 3 terms as DuPage County Auditor, Bob has been an innovator and an advocate of transparency and government accountability. Within weeks of taking office, he made DuPage the first county in the state of Illinois to put its checkbook online. Bob has been a valued partner as we have worked to get CARES money distributed, providing expertise and counsel to our finance department and to this board. As we have navigated the changing federal regulations, Bob has been a partner and an advocate every step of the way. Bob, I'm going to ask Jim, if you've got a copy of the proclamation there, Jim, why don't you go ahead and read the proclamation honoring Bob Grogan, and then we can ask Jim and Bob to say a few words. Jim, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have worn my glasses, but that's good. Proclamation of commendation to Bob Grogan. Whereas Bob Grogan is a longtime resident of DuPage County and a steadfast public servant. And whereas Bob Grogan was first elected as DuPage County Auditor in 2008. And whereas Bob Grogan is a certified public accountant, certified fraud examiner, active board member in the Illinois Association of County Officials, and president of the Illinois County Auditors Association, where he frequently teaches continuing professional education courses to his peers. And whereas Bob Grogan is a passionate advocate on behalf of DuPage County taxpayers to ensure the transparency and accountability of government, spearheading efforts to make DuPage the first county in Illinois to put the county checkbook online and create the first online transparency portal in the state. And whereas Bob Grogan became the first auditor in the state to create a fraud hotline, giving residents greater ability to hold county employees and elected officials accountable for the expenditure of taxpayer dollars. And whereas Bob Grogan worked tirelessly to ensure the county appropriately dispersed in accordance with the U.S. Treasury guidelines and sound accounting principles more than $161 million in federal funds from the Corona Aid Recovery and Economic Security CARES Act to provide local governments, nonprofits, and businesses with the resources they need to support our communities during the COVID-19 crisis. And whereas Bob Grogan also serves his community as a volunteer for a number of organizations, including the United Way of DuPage County, past president, a member of the Des Plaines Valley Council of Boy Scouts of America, Education Foundation, Downers Grove, District 38, and College of DuPage Accounting Department Advisory Board. And whereas Bob Grogan is an innovative leader and a dedicated public service who helped bring transparency and efficiency to the county auditor's office. And whereas Bob Grogan will serve his last day as DuPage County Auditor on November 30th, 2020. Now, therefore, be resolved that Daniel J. Cronin, Chairman of the County Board, and members of the County Board do hereby extend our sincere appreciation to Bob Grogan for his 12 years of distinguished service to the residents of DuPage County and offer you our congratulations and best wishes for the future. Approved this 24th day of November 2020 in Wheaton, Illinois. Is that a motion? Do we have a
Very
second?
nice. You want to say a few words, Mr. Grogan? There you go.
It's been an honor and a privilege to serve the people of DuPage County. I have to compliment the culture here. You know, when they teach you things in audit school, you know, they talk about one of the fundamental things to have a healthy organization is you have to have a healthy culture. When I first, you know, for instance, came into office, I was the new guy. I'd never really worked in government. You know, came forward with the idea to put the checkbook online and floated it around. Nobody said no. They asked good, solid questions and then encouraged me to do the right thing. I'm told that staff has a saying here at DuPage County: it's better to walk into the auditor's office than to have him walk into yours. And I appreciate that that's the kind of relationship that I've built with the people that I audit. I never do gotcha. You know, some of the things you find are you know, marginally sexy and exciting. You know, 4 years ago we found $300,000 that was missing that nobody even knew was missing. We've gotten people who end up losing their jobs because they couldn't do things right. But we've also done a lot of things that are just simply positive, whether it's, you know, the county board member that walks into my office because they've been tasked with rewriting policies and they walked out with a whole long list of ideas and many of them saw fruition. So I guess my last thing is about public service. Today, public service, I think, is probably harder than it used to be. I think it's always easy to think that what we go through is harder than it used to be, but politics is not for normal people. Normal people don't run for office anymore. My children, when I first ran, were 2, 4, and 6. Now, my oldest is in college, and I got 2 in high school who are sitting at home doing this remote learning. And it can be done, with a family. I always thought I had 2 jobs. I had my day job coming here, and I have my evening job where I had to go to meetings. The way we treated it so I could see my kids more was if they were good, they got to go to Republican meetings. And, invariably I'd get the chair to call on them to go and do the Pledge of Allegiance in front of, 200 old people. So that was an important thing for my family. Another little trick of the trade to being a father as well as being an elected official was, when the kids were young and they were getting in trouble, they go into timeout. And in order to get out of timeout, they'd have to stand up on the coffee table and give a speech. They'd have to give a speech about why they hit their sister or what they want for dinner, but that way they were never afraid of giving a speech since they were a little tiny kid. Because it's that fear of standing up in front of people like yourselves that I think keep a lot of people away from public service. And so I probably say, my kids, they may fear me, but they don't fear talking in front of the public. So I'm grateful for the time served. I'm slightly mournful for some of the time that I missed with my family because of this sort of really time expansive job. But I look forward to continuing to serve my community in numerous other ways because I'm not done yet. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Those handsome men taking the picture. Okay, next we want to recognize Chris Kaczarubas. Chris has joined us via Zoom. Since 2004, Chris has served our residents as custodian of the second largest court system in Illinois. And he's done it in a remarkably exemplary manner. Chris has been a statewide leader in electronic court filing and record keeping. I know that he's been a leader because clerks from across the state have reached out to me and asked how we do it in DuPage, and I said, you got to talk to Chris Kaczarubas. He has done this job all while decreasing headcount, revamping office policies, and focusing on customer service. Chris has been an outstanding public servant, an all-around great guy. Please allow me to ask member Jim Zay to read this proclamation honoring you, Chris Kaczarubas, and then, Chris, we're going to ask you to say a few words. Please proceed, Jim Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Chris, you're not here. I can't joke with you. I'll just have to pick on Grant later. It's a proclamation of commendation to Chris Kaczarubas. Whereas Chris Kaczarubas is a longtime resident of DuPage County who has dedicated his life to public service. And whereas Chris Kaczarubas began his career with the Edison Township Assessor's Office in 1977, serving in several different positions before being elected 3 terms as Edison Township Assessor beginning in 1993. And whereas Chris Kaczarubas, during his 24 years with the Assessor's Office, served as President of the DuPage Assessors Association, Board Member of the Illinois Assessors Association, Director of Township Officials of Illinois, and Chairman of the Illinois Office of Banks and Real Estate Appraisal Board. And whereas Chris Kaczarubas was elected DuPage County Circuit Court Clerk in 2004, and whereas Chris Kaczarubas, as the custodian of all court records of the 18th Judicial Circuit, the second largest circuit in the state of Illinois, modernized the office through innovative use of technology, establishing a uniform electronic filing system, vastly reducing customer wait times, and reducing volumes of court papers stored in the courthouse by electronically imaging court documents and records. And whereas Chris Kaczarubas developed a more user-friendly online system for victims seeking orders of protection, streamlining the process to quickly gain access to a judge to obtain potential life-saving orders, And whereas Chris Kaczorubis ran his office in an efficient and fiscally responsible manner, decreasing staff by 25% through attrition and cross-training more than 80% of his staff to support different office function. And whereas Chris Kaczorubis, as a steward of all fees, fines, and courts as ordered by the court, contributes as the office of the circuit court clerk, the third largest revenue source to DuPage County budget, and worked during his tenure to increase the collection of outstanding judgments, bringing tens of millions of dollars in additional revenue to support critical county services. Whereas Chris Kaczorubis is recognized as a statewide expert on the subject of the distribution and allocation of court fees and fines, and served as an appointed member of many vital committees, including the Illinois Supreme Court E-Business Policy Advisory Board, Conference of Chief Circuit Judges for Article 5 Subcommittee for Bonds, Fines, and Court Appearances, Illinois Juvenile Justice Leadership Council, Chairman of the DuPage County Historic Case Committee, Illinois Association of County Clerks, past president, Illinois Association of County Officials, president and chairman of the Legislative Committee. And whereas Chris Kaczorubis has devoted public servant whose thoughtful leadership has improved the operation of our court system statewide, benefiting both victims and taxpayers. And whereas Chris Kaczorubis will serve his last day as DuPage County Circuit Court Clerk on November 30th, 2020. Now, therefore, it be resolved that Daniel J. Cronin, Chairman of the County Board, and members of the County Board do hereby extend our sincere appreciation to Chris Kaczorubis for his distinguished career of public service to the residents of DuPage County, and offer our congratulations and best wishes this 24th day of November.
Very nice, Chris. Would you like to say a few words, Chris, please?
I would, Chairman, with your permission. There's a few things that aren't on that resolution, and I'm very proud of, and I hope this board and Chairman and the rest who are viewing this would understand. This goes back on or about 2012 when I was attending a conference with my chief deputy. We're in a crowd, and the chief justice at that time, a guy you might know, have heard of, Thomas Kilbridge, was the keynote speaker. And he did his speech, rather short, but came off the stage, walked into the hallway in a convention center in Springfield, and so I'm there watching, waiting for the next speaker to go, and a gentleman taps me on the shoulder. I look around. It's Chief Justice Kilbride's assistant. He says, "The Chief Justice would like to see you in the hallway." I said, "That's never a good sign." So I went out there with my chief deputy, Dewey Hartman at the time, and the Chief Justice said to me, he goes, "I would like e-filing for the Supreme Court." And not trying to be flip or anything, I just said, write a court order. I mean, it was all due respect, Your Honor. And he said, "No, I want DuPages." And I said, "Okay." And we had developed at i2file.net inside as a part working with collaborative with another firm. We developed this. He said, "No, I want that one." And I said, "Okay, I'll make an appointment with the Supreme Court." And before I could even get the Supreme Court clerk out of that, he said, "No, you're going to do this today. Go back up, get a suit on, get a jacket on, and get over to my office in the Supreme Court." We did. And we began that day. And the Supreme Court was on their way to having their first e-file electronic filing in 2012. Another thing that's not part of this is the e-appeals. We developed electronic appeals in this district, the second district out of Elgin. 13 counties were up and working before the other 4 appellates knew what the term e-filing meant. Very proud of that record that we were there to do those things. Another thing that's not part of that is 2 foreign countries visited the 18th Judicial Circuit, came here with the idea to see what this court management system and how it could be used in their countries. One of the some sort of special note is that they were from a group from Outer Mongolia came, and we took them up to a courtroom and we sat them in the jury box to watch an ongoing trial. And so we tried to explain to them what jury meant, what jury box was. They have no word for jury in Chinese. It is the Politburo that makes those decisions. So your peer group are all the government officials that may decide your fate. So it's kind of interesting learning those things. And also another thing is that at least 50 to 60 different counties have visited DuPage County during my tenure on my watch, and we're very proud to show off our duct system or the central management system over those years. And many of them came back at least once or twice. DuPage County was the first one to e-file, first one to have e-signature, video warrants, mandatory e-filing, online guilty payments. DuPage County, the clerk system, and along with the court, we changed the justice system and the access to justice for the general public, for the state of Illinois, and that impact will be felt for a while. And I'm very proud that was under my watch, under my term, those 16 years, and so we're very proud of that time. It was mentioned that we reduced the headcount. When I started in 2004, we had over 204 employees. We now currently have 150 and not have lost a step. By reducing the headcount by 25%, we are still doing it better than anybody else, and I'm so proud of that. But things change, and what we do is we set up ourselves for election. The public office is a rental space, and I want all of you who are elected officials either watching this or watching it in place right now, we rent that space. And every 2 to 4 years, the owners, the general public, put you up for public referendum. And that job is out there, and if you don't do it well enough or you don't have the vote, you don't go on. So remember, you're just renting that space. So outside of my marriage to my wife of 30 years, Laura Anderson, and my beautiful 3 kids, grown kids, this has been a very high honor, or the highest highness after my being a father and a husband. So I bid you all farewell and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for those very compelling thoughts and words. I want to move on and thank our departing board members for their service to DuPage County as well, please. And first, I'd like to recognize Tim Elliott. Tim Elliott has deep roots in Glen Ellen and began his career in public service on the Glen Ellen Village Board before he joined us 4 years ago. Tim, your contributions have been significant, from spearheading the effort to move the East Branch DuPage River Trail project forward, your initiative to establish a minority business program, and your leadership on the legislative committee. All of these efforts have been very, very significant and impactful on our community and county government. We are very grateful for your common sense and collegial efforts on this board. Your deliberative manner will be greatly missed. Tim, please accept a plaque that Jim Zay has up there in his possession as a small token of our thanks. And with that, Tim, we'd be delighted if you'd be kind enough to share a few thoughts with us. Tim Elliott. And then, Jim, you can present the plaque. You want to read it, and then Tim can speak. Forgive me. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The DuPage County Board expresses its appreciation to Tim Elliott for his service to the DuPage County Board from 2016 through 2020. Tim Elliott is to be commended for his commitment and dedication to the residents of DuPage County and for serving as chairman of the Economic Development Committee, chairman of the Legislative Committee, and as a member of the Complete Count Committee, Environmental Committee, Finance Committee, Judicial Public Safety Committee, Public Transit Committee, Technology Committee, and Ad Hoc Adult Business Committee. During his tenure with the County Board, the county benefited from Tim Elliott's countless contributions to improve the quality of life for all DuPage County residents. The DuPage County Board hereby honors Tim Elliott for his record of public service and wishes him the best in his future endeavors.
Very nice. Tim, you want to say a few words, please?
Sure, I'll be very brief. It's quite hard to follow Fred Buchholz and Bob Grogan and Chris Kaczorubis, who've been around for so long and have made such a tremendous contribution over decades to the county. I'm a relative newcomer, being a one-term county board member. But as you said, my roots are in Glen Ellen, in the Glen Ellen, Wheaton, Glendale Heights area, and it's just been a tremendous honor to serve my hometown in a number of capacities, and I've been very privileged to do that over the last few years. And as I said, I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I look forward to what the new board does in coming years. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Okay, Sean Noonan, would you please join Jim at the podium? I think you're in the boardroom there. You know, when we talk about public service, Sean Noonan really and truly walks the walk as a police officer, devoting his time on the job to protecting residents of Bloomingdale. Sean is the first person to pick up the phone, offer support and help, because that's his nature. He just wants to help people, and he's a very kindly sort of person. As a police officer, his unique perspective guided his work as chairman of the Emergency Telephone Systems Board and has provided a knowledgeable voice on the issues of public safety and community service. In addition to all of that, Sean has also obtained his master's degree. To say we are proud of you is an understatement. Sean Noonan, on behalf of the board and the County of DuPage, we are grateful for your service. Jim Zay is going to read the plaque, present the plaque, and then we're going to invite you to say a few words. Please, Jim Zay, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, before we start, I saw The Wizard of Oz was on the other day, and as people know, I'm pretty much the Tin Man, but I do have a heart, so I've been holding this back for a while. I think I'm going to crack at some point. So, the DuPage County Board expresses its appreciation to Sean Noonan for his service to the DuPage County Board from 2012 through 2020. Sean is to be commended for his commitment and dedication to the residents of DuPage County and for serving as chairman of the Intergovernmental Committee, chairman of the Emergency Telephone System Board, vice chairman of Public Works Committee, and as a member of the Animal Services Committee, Complete Cow Committee, Environmental Committee, Finance Committee, Judicial Public Safety Committee, Stormwater Committee, Technology Committee, Transportation Committee, and the Ad Hoc Airport Noise Mitigation Committee. During his tenure with the County Board, the county has benefited from Sean's countless contributions to improve the quality of life of all DuPage County residents. The DuPage County Board hereby honors Sean Noonan for his years of devoted public service and wishes him the best in his future endeavors.
Thank you very much, Chairman Cronin and Vice Chairman Jim Zay. The good news is I'm almost out of tears. It's been a long morning. The bad news is that the Irish are notorious for long goodbyes. So I just want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. You know, there's an old saying, and I love it, and I've used it a couple times at fundraisers, but they say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I hope this is not the end of my journey. I'm truly humbled that I had this opportunity to hold this position of office for 8 years. I want to thank the residents of DuPage County, District 2. Truly humbled by all the friendships I've made along the way. I consider each and every one of you my friends, an extension of my family. I told you there's still some tears left. You know, I was asked, you know, why are you running for public office 8 years ago? And it was an easy answer for me. I'm approaching my 18th year as a police officer, and I told people it's an extension of my public service. So I truly care about the people. I care about each and every one of you. I really mean it. And again, I'm grateful that I had this opportunity. I've met so many wonderful people, What a great experience. I hope the journey's not over, like I said. Just thank you, each and every one. Our staff, unbelievable. You guys are absolutely incredible. And I will repeat that over and over and over again, how grateful I am and how lucky we are as residents of DuPage County that we have such a tremendous staff. You know, our secretaries, you know, we had Mary Becker, who just retired recently, Cheryl Marquet, I mean, just an institution of knowledge, Sally, just too many people, Tom Kuklich, you know, and, you know, trying to do everything right. We're trying to do the right thing. I want to congratulate the incoming elected officials, whether it be countywide or the county board, and I want to congratulate them on their victories. I also hope they continue to do the good work that we have already done and continue to do. Again, I'm grateful that I'm here. The French probably say it a lot better than I am going to say it now, but there is a saying by the French. They call it au revoir, and that means goodbye till we meet again. Thank you. I forgot the most important thing was to thank my wife and 3 children. You know, I forgot to thank them. You know, you're in a fog when you're up here, so maybe I should have stood up on a table and practiced this, you know, like Bob Grogan's family. So I apologize, but to my wife and 3 kids, I love you guys. Thank you so much. A lot of sacrifices between then and now, so thank you.
Okay. Bob Larson, will you please join us here? You know, it's almost impossible to summarize your 10 years of incredible accomplishments and contributions to the board and DuPage County. Your professionalism, your dignity, your honorable approach, your mutual respect. You're the example of a consummate public servant gentleman. But I'm going to try to do the best I can here, Bob. Your advocacy for the transition of the DuPage Juvenile Detention Center, remember that to a shared model with the Kane County was a remarkable achievement. As a result of your advocacy, young people who have been detained since 2012, who had been detained, spend a lot less time in custody, and our county has saved more than $10.5 million in personnel and other costs. The advocates for the juveniles and people that are part of the system of juvenile justice have praised what was a controversial decision at the time, and the result has been quite remarkable. Bob, you've been a thoughtful, compassionate leader as chairman of the Health and Human Services Committee and as a DuPage County Board of Health member. You've been an advocate for public safety and one of the most collaborative, intelligent, and detail-oriented chairs of our Finance Committee this county has ever seen. And our staff loves you. Despite the tremendous workload you take on, you never fail to appreciate all of their efforts, the staff efforts, all the people that go into the product called DuPage County government. Bob, we owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude for which this plaque and our words seem very small in comparison. Thank you. Thank you for your decade of distinguished service. And Jim, why don't you read the plaque? And then, Bob, we invite you to share a few thoughts with us.
Thank you. The DuPage County Board expresses its appreciation to Robert Larson for his contributions to the DuPage County Board from 2010 through 2020. Robert Larson is to be commended for his commitment and dedication to the residents of DuPage County and for serving as chairman of the Finance Committee, chairman of the Health and Human Services Committee, vice chairman of the Judicial Public Safety Committee, and as member of the Environmental Committee, Intergovernmental Committee, Public Transit Committee, Public Works Committee, Strategic Planning Committee, Technology Committee, the Ad Hoc Mass Transit Committee, and the DuPage County Board of Health. During his tenure, DuPage County benefited from Robert Larson's countless contributions to improve the quality of life for all residents. DuPage County Board hereby honors Robert Larson for his years of devoted public service and wishes him the best in his future endeavors.
Well, mercifully, I made most of my remarks earlier this morning at Finance, so I will try to maintain composure up here. I didn't expect to be here for 10 years when I first ran for office. Didn't expect to be the Finance Chairman. Didn't expect the challenges that we faced, although I knew there would be them. It's been an incredible year. It's been an incredible couple of years that we faced together. And as I said earlier today, I'm so proud of what we've accomplished together, and it has always been together. I leave here with a grateful heart, not only for the opportunity to have served the people of DuPage County, but for the people that I've had the opportunity to work with. For all of my colleagues, many of whom are far better than I am at this. For Jim, who's been my seatmate for the entire 10 years I've been here and a great supporter. For all those who have supported me every step of the way. First and foremost, of course, my wife, who has been there through all the difficult times, walking and knocking on doors in mid-February in a foot of snow. Her family, my family, everybody who supported along the way. And of course, the incredible staff that we have, the people of DuPage County really will never know just how great they are. But the beauty is, they'll be here when we're gone to guide this county forward. We're in tremendous financial shape, and we have the benefit of them to carry forward and lead the new board into the next decade. And I'm looking at that very hopefully. I know we will do great things. I know this county will do great things because of those people. So thank you all. Thank you for this opportunity and this honor, and God bless you all.
Okay, Jim Healy, will you please join Jim Zay at the podium? Jim Healy has spent the past year saying goodbye to all of us, but that's only fitting because of the many, many relationships he has fostered as a national, state, and local leader. Jim is known far and wide as the guy from DuPage County Board. Jim has served as a District 5 representative since 1998. He's also served as a city alderman, Forest Preserve Commissioner, and on numerous local boards and commissions. Before I hand the floor over to Jim Zay, I want to say thank you to Jim for your determination, and it was sheer determination and will to get the Illinois State Association of Counties off the ground. And that was an incredibly difficult and challenging set of circumstances. You navigated your way through that beautifully. You built a coalition with our friends from Cook County, and you have a lasting legacy in ISACO, and that's something that you ought to be very proud of. As all of you know, ISACO represents counties in Springfield, and it's the first time we've ever really had meaningful representation, and that's because of Jim Healy. Your involvement with NACO as a resource, professional development, opportunity for people to study and become more versed in policy about county government has been a great example for all of us. You saw the need and you doggedly pursued solutions. That's what you've done during your course of time on the board that I've observed. And so, Jim, please accept my congratulations on your many accomplishments. I think the county of DuPage is a better place because of you. And Jim, why don't you, Jim Zay, take it away with the plaque and the presentation, and then Mr. Healy, please share a few thoughts with us. Jim Zay.
Well, this one I'm not so sad about. This is a little bit. The DuPage County Board expresses its appreciation to James D. Healy for his many contributions to the DuPage County Board from May of 1998 through November of 2020. Jim Healy is commended for his dedicated service as Vice Chairman of the County Board, Chairman of the Public Works Committee, Chairman of the Legislative Committee, Chairman of the Transportation Committee, Chairman of the Technology Committee, in addition to serving as members of the Finance Committee, the Children's Center Subcommittee, Community Development Commission, Development Committee, Environmental Committee, Intergovernmental Committee, Judicial Public Safety Committee, Public Transit Committee, and Redistricting Committee. During his tenure with the DuPage County Board, Member Healy worked tirelessly on behalf of DuPage residents as an energetic national, state, and local advocate for county government. The DuPage County Board hereby honors James D. Healy for his many contributions to District 5 and all of DuPage County and wishes him happiness in his well-deserved retirement. Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. And we also, wait a minute, we also have another thing. Another award. I think it's more of a leaving award. This is from NACO. You haven't said it in a while.
Must have killed you to say that, right?
Well, it's a good thing about NACO. Jim has worked so hard over the years, and we always laugh about it because that means he was doing it. That means it was well taken care of, and we didn't have to worry about what was happening on the national level because Jim would take care of it for us, from fighting Canadian National to prescription drugs program and everything else that you've done over the years. We appreciate it. So this is from NACO. It says, Dear Commissioner Healy, thank you for your dedication and service to NACO and America's County. It has been an honor to watch you work tirelessly at the national, state, and local levels, from leading NACO's Transportation Committee to creating a new viable state association of counties in your state. We wish you well in your retirement. Please know that you will always be part of the NACO family. Sincerely, Matthew D. Chase. Are we going to let him speak now, or are we doing something else?
Second.
I think we have something special here lined up for Jim. Now what? Are we going to roll this? Yeah. This is your life, Jim Healy. People don't know that Jim actually was born in the southern bayou of Louisiana. No.
Wow, at my age.
Well, you can see that that's Jim's high school graduation picture when he started here at the county, and now that's supposedly his hair, but it's lightened a little bit. We can go to the next slide. Maybe. So here's the county complex in 1998. Jim, when he started on the county board, he looks, when people used to ride dinosaurs to the county complex, as you can see, it looks a lot different as compared to this next slide you'll see that comes up. It's our county complex now. Again, Jim has overseen the construction of the new sheriff's office, the JOF Annex building, the Linda Kurzweil Community Center, the new DuCom facility, the Janine Nicaragua Center, and much more. Jim, I think I counted you have, your name on 7 plaques, including the headquarters at the Forest Preserve.
Yep.
that we were there for. Let's see. In 2018, the county was granted a Level 1 accreditation as an arboretum because of your efforts. Over the past several years, Jim and Public Works and Stormwater staffs have worked to grow, restore, and enhance the quality of vegetation on the campus. In 20 years, when, Jim, you're golfing in Florida, the campus will be even more beautiful than it is today. Jim, in your case, if you didn't know, Jim loves nature and plants, and that's why he's involved with the development of the pollinator garden on the county complex, which is a ½ acre of a sustainable grassy meadow with native plants and provide habitat for wildlife and pollinators. even more that Jim's an advocate for nature. Jim's even more of a passionate of an advocate for families and for children. That's why he fought to secure funding for the development of the Jean Nicarico Child's Advocacy Center to provide a safe space for children and families. That's Jim right there on the side, you can see, with the big crane behind those, always good pictures. And of course, he championed our first Vector receiving station in the state to dispose of debris and protect wetlands and streams. And now here we just have some pictures. There's Jim getting sworn in. There's Jim with Mike McMahon. There's Jim, we saw Jim actually mopping. That was part of the back in the old days when you didn't vote the right way.
Yeah.
Besides the
Tomato made you do stuff like that.
the intimidation and yelling at, you had to do medial labor too. There's Jim pointing to something where he's not sure what that is, but he's just pointing.
No.
Let's see, we can go to the next slide. And there's more of Jim's Sustainable Design Challenge, which we have here, there with Cook County Board President Preck Winkle. There you are, NACO, after I think North Central
in Louisiana.
Had beat them. There he is handing out food. We won't be able to do that again anymore, Jim. We know they separated us on the line several years ago because of HR concerns. So we don't do that anymore. And there you are with all the NACO awards. That's where you're actually pushing a car that I think that was Amy Grant that ran out of gas, that you were actually pushing her car into a parking spot. That was Salt too, that was behind you. You had never seen a Salt though. And there you are, there's it. Look at that picture. The one thing that hasn't changed here has been the boardroom, surprisingly, over 22 years. But, and there you are opening the Vector station. And there you are screaming at somebody at a county board meeting, which I think no one was paying attention to.
They never did.
I think that's it. Do we have anything else? Oh, there's more. More staff. I think that's when you and I were on strategic planning together. We asked not to be on that committee, and Chairman Schillerstrom put us on that committee with Debbie Olson. And there you are, building something again. That's when we built things, Jim, from the good old days. I think that's it, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Jim's
Sorry, Dan, I had to use your desk.
But it will be completely fumigated before the next time you come in. And then I think, is that it, or do we have one more? We have a video here. So let's pay attention.
I will pay attention.
What are you guys doing here? You know, I'm out on the Southern DuPage Regional Trail, as I always walk the trail systems. And Jim, it's hard to believe it's been over 20 years you've been on the county board, and we have a bench here. They sent, I think, one of the heaviest board members to test and make sure it's in good shape. But this is a dedication to you here on the Southern Trail, and we're going to go through a few things. But again, thank you for all your service. Not only now do you have a trail with your name on it, but I think you have over 5 or 6 buildings at the county with your name on it. So I can't thank you enough for all your service at the county, everything you've done, and we wish you the best in retirement. Well, here we are. Here's a plaque, Jim. Here lies Jim. No, not lies Jim Healy. Dedicated to James Healy for all your work on the county board, especially here in the Southern Trail. And we have over there, you know, it's been a tough year budget-wise, so that's the biggest hops and oak we could get right now. It will grow over the years, but that's part of this. Besides the bench and the marker, we have a hops and oak, and we have the Jim Healy Mile here that people will remember all your service over the years. We have the sign up there. And again, thank you, Jim, for everything you've done. And unfortunately, because of COVID, we couldn't come out and do an official ceremony, but we hope you'll be able to come out with your family and take a look at this, and a lasting memory of all your service in DuPage County. Again, thank you, Jim, for everything, and congratulations on your retirement.
Great. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate everything. I told Jimmy we can't be somber on this one because it's actually been a lot of fun on this. I'd like to point out one of my best friends, Tom Bennington, served on the county board for about a dozen years, and if it weren't for Tom, there would be no Southern DuPage Regional Trail. Tom and I used to get together for breakfast or lunch after the county board or forest preserve meeting. And one day I came from transportation, he came from the forest preserve, and we started talking. Yeah, in those days we were in both jobs. And by the way, you should return it to that way. But we sat down at Bob Evans. It was Bob Evans. And I started drawing out because he couldn't understand what I was doing on Hobson Road. And then he was drawing something out. Before you know it, we looked at it and went, son of a gun, we have a trail here. And in less than 5 years, Tom and I in this county built a trail from Aurora all the way to the Cook County line, just by combining a bunch of different projects that were going down and putting it all together and getting people on board on it. I love to say, Tom, thank you very much for all your years of friendship and all the work you did on the county board, and I really missed the time we were together. Jim, what was it like to be on a trail for the first time? Angie, that's unbelievable. I've seen pictures. Oh, you've seen pictures. Okay, so yeah, I'm great that you were on the Healy Mile and on the Southern DuPage Regional Trail. There's so many things that I'm proud of. I'm not going to spend a long time because I did this about 14 months ago. I wanted to get it all out of the way at that time. But I want to thank you all for everything you did. I want to thank all the people that are here, all the new coming county board members. I have been given an honorary, or actually a life-term membership on ISACO and NACO, or I'll be serving on their board of directors in a non-voting capacity. Please keep your membership in ISACO and NACO. The work that's going to be done on those two things over the coming years is phenomenal. In fact, I start on December 1st going out to all the counties that are not members of ISACO, telling them that they have got to get on right now because Springfield's got a gun handy and they're coming after counties and local government. And we need to work together. And this is something that's great because it's bipartisan. My seatmate on that is the president, Deborah Sims, and Deborah and I have been now friends for 5 years. She taught me all about jerk chicken, and I got to tell you that this has been a phenomenal time and something I've really enjoyed. Jimmy, you, me, and Grant are the last one with plaques, and you and I are the last ones who served on the Forest Preserve as well as the county board. So it's slowly coming to an end on that, and I want to thank you all very much for everything you've done, and I want to thank my 3 kids. They put up with a lot of crap, and they've also enjoyed it because they all 3 got to vote for me at least once. So thank you all very much.
Okay, that concludes our presentations on the order of chairman's report. We move on to the next order of business entitled Public Comment. I call on Mr. McCarthy to advise whether or not we have folks seeking recognition on the order of public comment. I believe we do. So why don't you please proceed? Thank you.
Just as a reminder to members of the public that are giving public comment in person, the county board rules provide for a 3-minute limitation on your time, so please keep your remarks to under 3 minutes. I will let you know if you go over. I'll just note first I have Sandy Riggs, who marked record of attendance only regarding Willow Creek. Next I have Steve Cudwa from Noke Engineering regarding Willow Creek Church. Okay, Mr. Casson, you're here on the same topic. Since you're up by the microphone, why don't we start with you then?
Seeking to construct a permanent church home known as Willow Creek Community Church Wheaton on Winfield Road. Willow Creek Wheaton began in 2002 and has been in temporary facilities since its inception. It hopes to make this site its permanent church home after almost 19 years if this application is approved. It should be noted places of assembly are allowed as a permitted use in the R2 district in the county and can be built as a matter of right if certain criteria are met. One, they're located adjacent to at least adjacent to at least an arterial roadway. It is Winfield Road. 2, the use takes primary access to and from an arterial road, which it does. 3, the use is not operated in an existing single-family home. It's not. This is vacant property. 4, the use is operated using public sewer and water. In this case, it's not, but the applicant has private systems approved by the health department for this specific property and development. Willow Creek Wheaton would be allowed to construct as a matter of right if public sewer and water were available to serve this site. Consequently, the sole issue to consider is whether a variance should be granted to allow a membrane bioreactor system and well rather than public sewer and water, which the ZBA found should be granted. All the standards for variance from public sewer and water requirement have been met. Public utilities are not available to serve this site, which is the practical difficulty in not servicing the subject property with public sewer and water. Mr. Kudwell will address this in more detail, but it should be noted no as-of-right utility connections are located near the property. We cannot connect to Winfield Utilities without a user agreement or annexation agreement because we're not in their jurisdiction. Winfield will not consider a user agreement, and conditions to consider an annexation agreement could not be agreed upon. In addition, right-of-way or easements do not exist along several parcels on Winfield Road to extend the utilities. The use of the membrane bioreactor and well will not be injurious to the neighborhood or detrimental to public welfare. Mr. Abel will address that in more detail. It must be noted the applicant's testimony and health department permit issued for this development make it clear the membrane bioreactor system eliminates a concern in the past of a septic system failing. The well be sized to provide both water and domestic and fire protection sources. No variances from the fire code are being sought. Most, if not all, issues raised as part of public comment cannot be considered as part of this application. Traffic issues cannot be considered because the ordinance allows a place of assembly as a matter of right if it's not on an arterial roadway, which it is here. Complaints that Willow Wheaton is not a tax-paying entity cannot be considered as part of this application as a matter of state and federal law. Comments that a fire code variance is being sought are not correct. We're going to meet all fire code requirements. In sum, the public hearing testimony, health department permits, and commitment by Willow Wheaton to meet all comments noted in the fire protection letter prove that all standards for the variance have been met. This was affirmed when the ZBA recommended approval of this application. Requiring the site to be serviced by public sewer and water when these utilities are not available to serve this site and the proposed water and wastewater systems will not be injurious to the neighborhood or detrimental to public welfare places a substantial burden on the church, which is not in furtherance of a compelling governmental interest. Consequently, recommending approval of this application by this board is appropriate in this circumstance, and we look forward to answering any questions you have. Steve?
Next, I have Steve Kudwa from Noki Engineering on Willow Creek Church. If you just wait between speakers so that the microphone and podium get sanitized.
Good morning. My name is Steve Kudwa, representing Willow Creek Wheaton as their civil engineer and land planner. I got 3 points that I'd like to highlight this morning. The first is that this property is currently located in the Wheaton Sanitary District Facility Planning Area. As noted by Mr. Casson, getting sanitary from that point is problematic as it's located about 1.8 miles away from this site near Schaffner and Mack Roads. So there's an issue actually getting it to the property. With regard to any public water access in the county, the nearest location is actually in Glen Ellen, over 7 miles away. So connecting to public utilities for this project in the county is just not possible. As noted, the other potential option for serving this development with utilities is an agreement with the village. This would also require Wheaton Sanitary District to amend their FPA. As noted by Mr. Casson, the church attempted to negotiate a user agreement pre-annexation agreement so as to connect to their utilities. While an agreement was never reached, there's an additional layer of practical hardship associated with connecting to those utilities. There are 3 properties between the church land and the Bucky's property where the utilities are being extended to. All 3 of those properties have land rights to the center of Winfield Road, meaning that Winfield Road pavement and any stormwater drainage associated with it are located on private property through a prescriptive right-of-way. Additionally, there are no easements on these three properties that would allow public utilities to be extended across their private property. Finally, I want to address the proposed well and biomembrane systems. DuPage County Health Department has approved a permit to construct both of these systems for this project. The well will be sized to supply water into a sprinkler system to be approved by DuPage County and the Winfield Fire District. It has been noted by the Village of Winfield that the requested variance is for fire protection and safety, and that assertion is completely false. The fire suppression system will adhere to all applicable standards, including a reservoir to hold sufficient capacity for fighting fires in accordance with NFPA requirements. A backup generator will be installed to ensure the system will remain functional. Finally, the biomembrane system that's being proposed here is an equivalent sanitary treatment system to any public sewer system. Treated water is of equal quality to that which is discharged from a typical wastewater treatment plant. All treatment is contained within an underground tank with only a small tile system needed to infiltrate the potable water discharge. No treatment of gray or black water occurs outside of this tank. I believe it's important to note that this treatment technology was not available in 2010-2011 when the ordinance we are requesting a variation from was enacted, and that the capabilities of this system offer a practical, safe, and responsible solution to the issues that preceded the need to have this section of the ordinance in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kudwa. Next, I have Joe Abel from Abel & Associates on Willow Creek Church.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Joseph Abel. I'm a certified land use planning and zoning consultant. I'm completely familiar with the site since I have been working in this area since 1970 when I was hired to be the director of the county planning department and prepare the county's first comprehensive plan. It is my professional opinion that the granting of the proposed variance is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance and will not be injurious to the surrounding neighborhood, detrimental to the public welfare, or conflict with the county's present comprehensive plan for development. This is based on the following factors. The system is a state-of-the-art sanitary hookup that is equivalent, and that's a very important thing here, to a municipal system and provides high-quality effluent suitable for reuse as recycled water. The Illinois Department of Public Health approved the system in 2014. Treatment is self-contained in a tank, and this is also important, similar to a public sewer system, which is the key difference between this system and a traditional septic tank system. The DuPage County Health Department has reviewed and approved this system for the subject property and has issued a permit for its use. The membrane bioreactor system allows for the conversion of both gray water and black water into a reusable water source that is approved for uses such as toilet flushing, outside landscaping, irrigation, and fountains, making it environmentally correct. The membrane bioreactor system is a pump system, which means that the effluent cannot leave the tank unless the pump is operating. One of the major benefits of the bioreactor system compared to conventional trench-tight system is there is no additional treatment in the septic field. The only purpose of the field is to absorb the already treated water. The well will be sized to provide both domestic and fire protection purposes. The DuPage County Health Department has issued a permit for the well. The building will be equipped with a holding tank and fire pump as part of the fire suppression system, as well as a backup generator. The well and fire suppression system will be required to meet all codes and ordinances. The property is designated single-family residential on the county's comprehensive land use plan. The proposed use does not conflict with the county's comprehensive plan since places of assembly are a permitted use in the residential district if certain requirements are met. With approval of the proposed variance, which is approved by the ZBA, all of the requirements will have been met. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abel. Last, I have Tom Bennington. Mr. Bennington, I note you also submitted a comment by the internet. Would you like to give comment in person in lieu of that comment being read? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Then I'll take your internet comment out of the record.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, county board members, and elected officials, and ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank Chairman Cronin, our county board members, county elected officials, and county staff for doing extraordinarily good work in very difficult times. You have my and the public's fullest confidence. You make meaningful changes to our lives, and I thank you for all that you do. Second, I would like to thank County Board Member Jim Healy for his extraordinary service and good work. In 1998, I met a young man who had big ideas on lots of different things. In 1998, I would not have to print things in 24-point type to be able to read them at a podium. 22 years later, I see the man who had foresight, the plan, and personality to carry out those big ideas. From the environment to ethics, transportation, finance, public works, public safety, and governance. Jim brought his vision to each of these ideas. He put ego aside and figured out how to develop consensus for those visions. His vision brought into being the county's first comprehensive ethics ordinance, underpasses at Eola and Belmont Roads, Victims Advocacy Center to assist those who have been abused, the Southern DuPage Regional Trail, which he was recognized for by the National Association of Counties, and the Chicago Bicycle Federation, energy efficiencies for our governmental facilities and equipment, the accreditation of DuPage's campuses and arboretum, and the preservation of thousands of acres of open space. In addition to his work at the county, as you've heard, he's tireless in his efforts at the National Association of Counties, particularly regarding transportation, and the restructuring of our state's county regional organizations, and his work on CMAP. His work on those organizations brought ideas to us and oftentimes brought back thoughts. John Donne, the poet, expressed that no man is an island, and Jim truly embodies this phrase. His vision and ideas were merely thoughts unless he put them into action, and for each of these visions, including those mentioned and many others, Jim was able to build support, achieve consensus, and find funding within the county board, county elected officials, and often state and federal officials, as well as officials from other counties. Jim's success of putting the good ideas into action is due only to the willingness of the county board and the other people that he worked with and your predecessors. As a proud DuPage citizen, I'm grateful to each of you for your willingness and your consensus. I'm grateful and proud of Jim and his catalog of extraordinary work. I am most proud to say that he is my friend. Thank you, and congratulations.
I haven't received any other public comment forms, so if there's no one else seeking recognition for public comment in person, I'll move on to the internet public comments. Hearing none, seeing none in person. The first internet public comment is from Laura Bogenrief, Bogenrief of Elmhurst. It's regarding help DuPage County students get back to school. States, I am contacting you in the hopes that you will reconsider your health department's recommendation for remote schooling. In-person learning is essential to the healthy development of young people in our county. Please have your health department consider recommending that schools be in person. Schools are not shown to spread COVID-19 when proper measures such as mask and hand washing are taking place. Please change your health department school metrics to allow for in-person schooling now. I have first and third graders who are not thriving under e-learning, yet gyms, restaurants, and nail salons are still allowed to be open. This is unacceptable. Our kids deserve better. That concludes her comment. The next comment's from John Lyman, Leiman of Elmhurst. It's regarding help DuPage County students get back to school. States, as a parent of 2 children in District 205 schools, I was very disappointed to see the announcement last night extending remote learning through Thanksgiving. The county board's decision to recommend that school districts, including District 205, keep children out of school is fundamentally flawed and not based on data and science. Although every school board's number one priority is to provide our children a quality education, unfortunately, you are failing the children of Elmhurst and many other towns in DuPage County. With remote learning, even the brightest, most diligent students fall behind and get lost in important details. Most importantly, learning is best done with an all-important face-to-face social interaction. We are now very quickly moving toward a lost year of education for the children throughout DuPage County. Last night, my wife and I had to console our 15-year-old daughter who feels a tremendous burden of stress surrounding the dynamics of remote learning. This broke my heart. She should not have to deal with this stress. We are doing this because of the fear of a virus we have learned much about in the last several months. It's a virus that is much less harmful than the seasonal flu to those under 25 years old. This is an indisputable fact, yet you as a county board have made the continued decision to punish this age group. Will you make the same decision next time we have a bad flu season? No, you won't, and that would be the absolutely right decision. School districts across the United States and the world have made the right decision to continue to provide children with proper in-person learning, and we have seen quite a bit of success doing this through proper safety protocols. Even local private schools like Timothy Christian and Immaculate Conception in our town, Elmhurst, are having tremendous success with in-person learning. Why should other schools throughout DuPage County be any different? I urge you to reverse this decision and return our children to in-person schools where they belong. Thank you for your consideration. Concludes his comment. The next comment is from Scott Honken, Honken. It's regarding help DuPage County students return to the classroom. It says, Dear DuPage County Board, the majority of kids in DuPage County are falling behind academically, and they are suffering mentally, socially, and physically from the remote learning model that is being forced on them, even after students and parents selected the in-person school option. Numerous school districts within DuPage County have moved to remote-only instruction based on dashboard metrics set by the Board of Health. However, data from DuPage County shows that not even one person under the age of 20 years old has died from COVID-19 within DuPage County, and schools are not a significant source of transmission from student to student or student to teacher, according to the DuPage County Board of Health outbreak data. Further, the state of Massachusetts recently updated their COVID response guidelines and went so far as to say mandated remote education should be used only as a last resort. I ask you to direct the Board of Health to remove or revise their guidance that is causing so many superintendents within DuPage County to move to fully remote instruction based upon county-level data instead of the numbers within their own schools. Additionally, it would be helpful to more prominently display a disclaimer and strengthen the language that recommends that recommendations are guidance only, but each district should choose their own course of action based upon the situation within each respective district. Thank you for your service and your time today, and there's a link to the Massachusetts Department of Education, which we'll pass along to the board. Next comment is from Elizabeth Thompson, also of Elmhurst. It's regarding the school's reopening. It states, I'm a pediatrician and a mom of 5 children. I'm writing to the board to ask for a change in the recommendations for school reopening. Schools are safe with masks, hand washing, and distancing. There is growing evidence that shows schools are not having outbreaks. The Archdiocese of Chicago has remained open to over 30,000 children during this time with no outbreaks. The YMCA has stayed open since April across the country without outbreaks. European countries have prioritized schools and are remaining open despite increasing numbers. I urge you to reconsider school-specific data and not county metrics to determine the need for adaptive pauses within our school districts. Public education is a right, and many children are struggling and falling behind with remote learning. Our schools can safely open. The state of Massachusetts just released new school guidelines that are comprehensive and support in-person education. I feel these types of guidelines are what needs to be considered to be adapted for our county. Please reconsider your guidelines for school openings. Thank you for your time. That concludes your comment. Next comment's from Jean Hogan of Elmhurst. It states, help DuPage County students get back in school. In-person learning is essential to the healthy development of young people in our county. Please consider recommending that schools be in person. Schools are not super spreader events when proper measures such as masks and hand washing are taking place. Please change your school metrics to allow for in-person schooling now. That concludes her comment. Next comment is from Maria Karamitsos, Karamitsos. It's regarding help DuPage County students get back in school. It says, please reconsider your health department's recommendation for remote schooling. In-person learning is essential to the healthy development of young people in our county. Schools are not super spreader events when proper measures such as masks and hand washing are taking place. For the sake of our children, please change your health department school metrics to allow for in-person schooling now. Even Governor Pritzker's new restrictions don't count for in-school learning. It's imperative that we get our kids back to school now. Thank you. Next comment is from Courtney Zurenko, Zurenko. It's regarding a reopened District 205 schools. States, I am begging you as a mom of 3 kids in the D205 school system to change your recommendations for schools. 2 out of my 3 kids go to Lincoln Elementary, where I did not hear of 1 case of COVID, yet they shut us down anyway. Schools are not super spreader events of COVID. We were safely executing the hybrid model of schooling and keeping everyone safe. This should not be a county decision or even a district decision. It should be school by school. If a case pops up, shut down that specific school or class for a couple weeks, then come back. My personal situation is I have a 4th grader with autism and ADHD, as well as a typical 1st grader who used to love school and thrive, but is now miserable. Both need so much more attention they are receiving. We have sobbing every day and very little learning. The mental health of our entire family is going south because each day is a battle. If not for mental health reasons, our children should be in school because we are paying for their education and taxes. The system is failing us. I beg you to reconsider. The families who want in-person should have that option, just like those who have chosen remote. The next comment is from Lisa Auvil, AUVIL. It's regarding help DuPage students get back to school. It states, I am a parent of 3 District 205 students. We moved to the district for the school system. I feel that the district has failed our students and their families by not allowing in-person learning. Our children deserve the highest quality education and the ability to learn and socialize with their children. There is no scientific reason with proper safety precautions that the kids should not be in school with in-person learning. I would like to encourage the Board of Education and the Teachers Union to start making decisions based off of science and not fear. Please change your health department's school metrics to allow for in-person learning. That concludes the comment. I have a blank comment from Abate Silvano. It's got his name on it. It says he wants to provide testimony, but there's no subject and there's no comments, so I'll just note that as record of attendance only. The next comment is from Charles Prochaska. It's regarding the Maywood Sportsman's Club. Z20-78. It says, Dear board members, I am a resident of Elmhurst and a neighbor of the Maywood Sportsman's Club. I comment today to conditionally oppose the zoning variations requested by the club. The club's trap shooting activities where shotgun blasts can be heard loudly in our neighborhood on Mondays and Wednesdays until 10 p.m. and on Sunday mornings and afternoons are a grave nuisance and interfere with our neighborhood's quiet enjoyment of our land. Accompanying the noise nuisance is the lighting nuisance from the towers that illuminate the trap shooting fields during operating hours. The cumulative effect of the construction of the proposed billboards on top of the existing sound and light nuisance would be injurious to the neighborhood and detrimental to the public welfare and contrary to the spirit of DuPage County's R4 single-family zoning residence use. The club has proposed a site plan that the zoning hearing officer's recommendation was contingent upon. This includes a proposed sound wall, which may remediate some of the noise nuisance and make the club's activities, including billboard construction, more tolerable. However, the site plan was vague on the details for the wall. Their attorney has indicated in correspondence that in addition to the wall lengths depicted on the plan, it will be 12 feet tall and constructed of wood. The committee should insist that the club present specific evidence of the effectiveness of any proposed sound wall to mitigate the noise of its trap shooting activity and require construction of such a wall as a predicate to the issuing of permits for the billboards. If the board is not satisfied that such a wall will mitigate shooting noise, it should consider efforts to restrict or eliminate trap shooting altogether. I've spoken with numerous residents of the Parker Avenue in Elmhurst, the block directly bordering the club. Several are elderly and are not capable of participating in these proceedings. They are equally frustrated with the club's shooting activities and its billboard construction proposal. On behalf of those residents as well as my family, I ask that this board take our concerns into consideration and ensure that they are satisfactorily addressed in its ultimate decision. That concludes this comment. The next comment is from Judith Boyer. It's regarding Willow Creek Wheaton. It says, please allow Willow Creek Wheaton to purchase the property on Winfield Road to build a church building. As a longtime member of this faith community, my husband and I can attest to its mission to serve and love our community. With a permanent church home, we will bring life-giving and positive change to DuPage County. Judy and Dan Boyer. Next comment is from Lisa Roy. It's regarding Willow Wheaton land. It says, as both a resident of Winfield and a Willow Creek Wheaton attender, I would like to say that I truly believe this land and this new church building are only going to benefit the community and our district as a whole. The heart of this church is to love God and love people. It has always been about serving the community, which has done so well in our temporary church building. I can only imagine how much more we will be able to give once we have our own building, and I'm incredibly excited for Winfield and the surrounding areas. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. Next comment is from David Patrikoski, Patricoski. It's regarding Willow Creek Wheaton land church land acquisition. It states, I have seen this church change and save lives, including mine, over and over during the many years I have been an attender. I have seen a permanent residence for the church having a permanent residence for the church opens up a host of new service-oriented possibilities, not to mention being a positive use of the land. Churches with permanent homes have more impact on their community and greater growth potential. This land would be a win for everyone. That concludes his comment. Next comment is from Holly Reed, REED. It's regarding Willow Creek Wheaton Church on Winfield Road. It states, I want to express my excitement for this new church home and what it will mean to the community. Willow Creek Wheaton has a history of serving its community through a variety of programs and organizations which provide resources and supplies to families in need. Its good works will service families in our district as well. Thank you for your consideration of this most important and community value add project, which not only represents our congregation, but all those we serve in each of the 6 represented districts. Next comment is from Robert Worms, WOURMS. It's regarding Willow Creek Church. States, my name is Robert Worms. I'm a voting citizen of West Chicago and DuPage County and a long-standing member of the Willow Creek Church. I'm representing the board. I'm requesting the board approve the church's purchase of land on Winfield Road. I know our church has given back to the local community in many ways, including financially, with food and clothing drives, elementary school backpacks, refugee training and assimilation, etc. We have partnered with DuPage County on many humanitarian efforts which will continue. That concludes his comment. The next comment is from Dan Boyer, BOYER. It's regarding Willow Creek purchase of Winfield property. It states, Willow Creek Church Wheaton needs to acquire the property on Winfield Road. Our church believes it must work in the community to provide for all the needs of DuPage residents and not just members of our church, and we need a church building on our own property to do this. We could do more, we could do more, and we want to do more for all of DuPage County residents, and the Winfield property is perfectly located for our church to do this. I ask for your support to support our efforts this night. Next comments from Gene Shaw. It's regarding the purchase of land by Willow Creek Community Church Wheaton. Willow Creek Community Church Wheaton will be able to expand our care center services if we purchase the land. Our care center serves many DuPage County residents and has expanded our efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic. The donations of food, clothing, school supplies, and household essentials save the county money by reducing the burden on publicly funded social service agencies. We also assist with job searches, which reduces the number of residents dependent on assistance. We will not cause traffic problems because we have traffic control volunteers who work to keep traffic in and around the church flowing. Our current landlord is Wheaton Academy, and they can vouch for our diligence. The next comment is from Linda Sabo. It's regarding Willow Wheaton. It says, I wanted to share with you my thoughts on granting permission for Willow Creek Wheaton to locate on Winfield Road. This church has provided many services and resources for the community in West Chicago. I've personally served at the Community Service Project that monthly provides food for residents living nearby who could use assistance. The people served always are treated with dignity and respect. It's a satellite church, one of many, that has a larger campus in South Barrington that provides even more services for those who need it, like cars for single moms, auto repair, dental, and legal help. People using their gifts God has given them to help serve others. That's what we do. I have called the church my home church for at least 7 years now. I have a home of our own and will allow us to do more, even more in the community. The work that goes into setting up and taking down each week has been enormous. We do it because we love the Lord and we want to worship Him, and we want to be in the hands of Jesus. We want to be the hands of Jesus to those around us. I know you have many decisions to make that affect the community. You make those decisions in the best interest of those who live here. I can't think of anything better than giving your blessing to a church who has a heart to serve the community as well. Thank you, Linda Sabo. Next comment is from Edgar Pal. It's regarding outgoing elected officials and recent COVID-19 diagnosis. It says, first, I would like to congratulate those board members who have been reelected to their positions. I would also like to thank the board members who are departing for their tireless and noble service to all of us in DuPage County. I hope that this is nothing but the beginning of a new and exciting chapter in your lives. Second, I was browsing Instagram several days ago, and I was saddened to see Member Hart's update on his profile that he had been diagnosed with COVID-19. He is always such a thoughtful public figure on social media, and he is often posting useful updates and well-written stories for his constituents on Instagram and Facebook. I hope that he received a well-deserved break. I was very encouraged to see his update last week announcing that he had returned home to his family to complete his recovery from COVID-19. The post included a photo with his daughter, and I was glad to see that she had hand-painted a warm, welcoming sign for her father. I was even more impressed that Member Hart's story on Instagram included a clip from the song Hello by Adele. It was very apropos music selection, as I'm sure many people missed him. From the other side, they must have called 1,000 times. His choice of music and his savvy use of Instagram make me appreciate Member Hart even more. I wouldn't be surprised if he uses other social media platforms as well. I think the rest of the county board has much to learn from Member Hart, even for those board members who do not know how to use social media, or even those who are not fans of Adele. At least they can say hello from the outside. At least they can say that they've tried. That concludes his comment. The next comment is from Michael Himes, Himes. It's regarding please vote in favor of the permanent home for our church in Willow Creek, Wheaton. Greetings. I love this church and I'm an active member in the guest ministries team and host a men's Bible study group once a month. Willow Creek Wheaton has made an enormous impact in the local community. The Care Center provides hundreds of winter coats every year in the fall and helps prepare families in need by providing school supplies for the kids. We organize our own food drives on site once a month, even though this is a COVID-19 pandemic. During this time where the need for assistance is greater than ever before, please vote in favor of this permanent home structure for Willow Creek Wheaton. Thank you. Next comments from Jennifer Thompson. It's regarding Willow Creek Church variance. It states, I am in favor of the board approving the Willow Creek Church variance. They should be allowed to build their church on Winfield Road. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Amanda Porick, P-O-R-I-C-K. It's regarding approve the variance. It says, Willow Creek Wheaton has done its due diligence for requesting variances. They have met or exceeded standards. The Village of Winfield has only been willing to discuss with Willow Creek Church if Willow is willing to give large sums of money to the village. As a not-profit, this is not required. Because of the current political structure the village has with Northwestern Hospital, Willow Creek has been unfairly treated by the village president and community. That ill will towards nonprofit organizations in an area not incorporated by the village should have no bearing on this decision. Most of those against this project, based on addresses from the last meeting with public comment, are not living in the vicinity of the property and are not well informed of the issues at hand, septic, not fire. Board members should be voting based on the evidence, not political allies or along party lines. As a voter in this district, I will be monitoring how my representatives vote in this situation. Next comment is from Jennifer Laird, L-A-I-R-D. It's regarding Willow Creek Wheaton. It states, our church has served our neighborhoods throughout our actions and monetary giving for years, and we can do even more. We can do that even more effectively once we have a church home. When the Winfield Road property is beautiful, I would like to create a building to share with the community while honor its natural surroundings. That concludes her comment. The next comment is from Michael Ryan, M-I-C-H-A-L-E, Ryan, the normal way. Willow Creek Church, Wheaton's Winfield property variance request. I'm a longtime resident of District 4. The phrase people matter is the heartbeat of our Willow Creek Wheaton Church. It's seen in the uncountable acts of benevolence, kindness, and generosity of the residents of DuPage County by WCW as an entity and by individual people who call WCW their church home. For example, at WCW's Monthly Care Center, I have served and talked with many under-resourced guests who expressed heartfelt gratitude for the free food and clothing they received and for the free backpacks of school supplies for their children's education donated by Willow Creek Wheaton people. I saw the speechless surprise and awe of the executive director of Naomi's House for the unexpected $10,000 gift given by Willow Creek Wheaton to Naomi's House to battle sex trafficking in DuPage County and to care for women who have escaped from it. Through a Willow Creek Wheaton ministry course, I have met some men and women struggling to recover from alcohol addiction. One of those men told me his struggle to stay away from alcohol and drugs and how it continually separated him from his wife and family. He described to me that during a weekend visit to his former home, while laying down resting, his teenage daughter laid down next to him, put her head on the shoulder of her addict father. The tenderness of that father-daughter moment gelled with the AA meetings and Willow Creek Wheaton's ministry meetings, and his heart was broken, and he decided no more. Tremendous amounts of good are being done by Willow Creek Wheaton and by its members, values being significantly added to needy and hurting people in DuPage County. In my case, one of my children's lives was taken by a brain tumor. The grief counseling provided by Willow was literally a lifeline for me. It replaced the numbing, paralyzing despair with hope. Willow Creek Wheaton betters and benefits people in the community. Please approve Willow Creek Wheaton's request for the variance and the purchase of the Winfield Road property. Your approval will benefit countless numbers of people for decades to come and will be part of your legacy. Thank you for your service and consideration. Next comments from Sherry Shackle-Doran, S-H-A-C-K-E-L-Doran, D-O-R-R-E-N. It's regarding land development for Willow Creek Wheaton. states, one thing I'm certain, and that's the fact wherever Willow Creek communities are established, they serve their communities. While providing a place for people to worship God is tremendously valuable, Willow Creek as a church does that, and the people of Willow Creek churches do so much more. Feeding the hungry, providing school supplies for kids, assisting with those financial hardships, not only within the congregation, but also to those outside of it. That's what Willow Creek does and will do for people in Winfield and all of DuPage County. The people of Willow Creek aren't buying and building just to use the land for themselves. In fact, they would never want to do that. They want to serve the people of the community, and if you look at their track record, they've been doing doing this for decades. Having a permanent location from which to operate would only increase the benefits they can provide. Vote yes for Willow Creek to develop this property, and you are voting to serve and provide concrete help for people in your community. Don't pass up this tremendous opportunity. The next comment's from Mary Polanski. It's regarding purchase of the Willow Creek Wheaton. Willow Creek Wheaton has been a light to our community in so many ways, not only to those in need or crisis, but to those who are just trying to get through life. For those experiencing loss, tragedy, rejection, home confinement, illness, health issues, sadness, the church is there and always willing to extend a helping hand. It's also a wonderful place to worship in a community with like-minded people. If this purchase is approved, Willow Creek Wheaton will be able to provide services to the community through children's and adults programs, special community events, food drives, blood drives, food and clothing distribution, tutoring, and assistance to the local schools. It's like a refuge for those seeking communion, solitude, and prayer. Willow Creek Wheaton would bring so much joy, hope, and encouragement to the neighborhood, and would provide a natural impetus for its congregants to visit Cantini Park just across the street. Most of all, Willow Creek Wheaton feeds the soul. It nourishes our hearts, minds, and bodies, as we are taught to love everyone always. That concludes her comment. The next comment is from Rita Pereira, P-E-R-E-I-R-A. It's regarding Liz Chaplin. It says, I had the honor of meeting Liz Chaplin in 2013 when I ran the Lisle flood relief for our little town in Lisle. Liz was one of the few publicly elected officials who actually helped the flood victims. Our own mayor at the time barely helped. Liz made sure any government help she could find the victims received. When she wasn't helping in that capacity, she was hands-on in the trenches, helping clean victims' homes, sorting donations, and so on. Since then, I've gotten to know this wasn't a political move for Liz, it's just who she is. DuPage County is so extremely fortunate to have a force supporting us and working for us. It's extremely nice to know we have a fighter in our corner when we truly need her. Thanks, Liz. The next comment's from Kelly Cox. It's regarding Willow Creek Wheaton Church. It says, I just wanted to testify to the good work that Willow Creek Wheaton brings to the community. I know it needs to be approved for them to build their church on the land they have. If you allow this, you will not regret it. They are not the church I grew up in. However, I have experienced a positive impact for myself and my family. They do so much for the community, including their care center, food drives, prison packs, and more. When they see a need, they strive to fill it. Please consider voting yes to allow them to build their church building. I'm confident the community will see their positive impact. Next comment is from Stacy Brown. It's regarding the Willow Creek Wheaton project. In this pandemic, many are suffering, and the community needs the virtuous work of Willow Creek Wheaton more than ever. The church has a long history of providing valuable contributions to our community in the form of economic contributions, social support, and volunteering. Having this new space will allow the church to continue this good work and increase opportunities and ways in which to serve. Please vote in favor of the project. The last comment is from Jeff Curasiel, C-H-R-U-S-C-I-E-L. It's regarding Willow Creek land sale. My name is Jeff Curasiel, and I represent the Curasiel family from Wheaton. Willow Creek is an amazing church and seeks to bring people into church who have never been to church. Willow Creek also does so much to help the local community, such as a food pantry and support services. For years, Willow Wheaton has sought a permanent home, and the location at Winfield Road and Roosevelt would be an ideal spot. The vision for the new property is not only a church home, but an interactive community center where all are welcome during the week for a variety of events. We give our full support to the Willow Creek Wheaton land sale and building project. That is all the public comment that I have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McCarthy. There were many substantive and compelling public comments. I do feel somewhat compelled to offer a brief thought about the issue regarding District 205. Obviously, there's some sort of misinformation going on in my hometown. Just for the record, and we'll have to draft a letter to send out to these public commenters, but just for the record, as we know in the county board, the health department does provide a framework of metrics for the schools to make their own decisions. As was mentioned by one of the public commenters, Timothy Christian, IC Catholic Prep, they have made the decision to have in-person learning. District 205 could take the responsibility and have in-person learning, provided they can, conduct learning within the metrics like IC and Timothy Christian has been able to do. They can make that decision, and that they have chosen not to. That's their prerogative. But please know that the decision is squarely with the District 205 leadership, and it is not the county. So with that, that concludes our public comment. We move on to the order of consent. I'll entertain a motion on consent.
So moved, Zay.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
And Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. On to the order of County Board, Member Jim Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few appointments today. First, move on CBR 67220, the appointment of Robert Gans to the DuPage Water Commission, District 4.
Then a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
And Tornatori.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on CBR 673-20, expanded Board of Review, appointment of David White.
Second.
Then a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
And Tornatori. I think I saw an aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move on CBR 674-20, the appointment of David J. Novotny to the DuPage Water Commission, District 1.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
No.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
No.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
No.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
No.
Rutledge.
No.
Selman.
Aye.
And Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Member Jim Zay. Fine report. On to the order of Finance, Member Bob Larson.
Mr. Chairman, first I would move to combine agenda items A through I, which are all acceptance and appropriations or extensions of various grants.
Okay, there's a motion to combine items A through I. Been seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. The items A through I are combined. Please proceed, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would then move approval of the following. The first four are acceptances of extensions. 66120 is the DuPage Animal Friends Foundation Coordinator Grant. 63920 is the DuPage Animal Friends Foundation Coordinator Fiscal Year 20 grant. The first was the 2019 grant. 64020 is the extension of the DuPage Animal Friends Unrestricted Grant for fiscal year 20. 64620 is the extension of the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs Scratch-Off Lottery Grant, fiscal year 20, and then the following acceptance and appropriations of grants. 63820 is additional funding for the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Grant. 64420, the DuPage Care Center Foundation Recreation Therapy Grant. 64520, the DuPage Care Center Foundation Coordinator Grant. 65120, the LIHEAP grant, and 64720, the Illinois Emergency Management Agency Emergency Management Performance Grant.
Okay, thank you for that description. Is there a motion to approve?
My motion to approve all those.
Seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Her screen looks like it's frozen.
Give it to the citizens.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
And returning to Desart.
Aye. Aye. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then there's going to be a bunch of individual items before we can combine, but before I get to those, I just wanted to note that in response to the Treasury guidance of October 19, the CRF team has determined that some construction equipment and technology projects that we've already approved may potentially be ineligible or at least questionable under the new guidance from the CARES Act. So the team has reviewed these projects to determine which are most at risk from an eligibility perspective to be able to use the CARES Act dollars and pass a subsequent audit by the federal government. So based upon this review, the CRF team has developed an accounting procedure. What it's going to be is they will use unspent allocations from local government, nonprofits, and county departments in the general fund as public safety expenses under the sheriff's expenditures for the year. As you know, CARES Act Treasury guidance made it very easy to account for expenditures under first responder. So we're going to do that, and you will, before the end of this year, have a series of expenditures and transfers that are going to be budget neutral, but will make it easier for us to pass subsequent accounting with respect to the CARES Act. So just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. There may have to be a special call meeting to address some of that, but that'll be next month. So with that, then, Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of FAR 66020, reappropriation of $555,237, the county infrastructure fund to the county general fund.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
She's disappeared from the screen.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
No.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Chaplin, I'm sorry, I lost my screen for a second, but Chaplin is aye.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would then move approval of FIR 65920, additional appropriation for the general fund company, county unit 1180, in the amount of $1.5 million.
It's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 65020, revision to personnel headcount for 2 additional staff to provide county residents in need of assistance for rent, mortgage, water bills, et cetera.
It's been a motion. Is there a second? Did I hear a second? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 66220, placing names on payroll.
Second.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 66620, approval of a payment to the Bensonville Community Public Library in the amount of $46,000 as a COVID item.
Second.
Then a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
I'm sorry, did we just skip an item on the agenda?
You know what I did? I skipped it. My apologies.
I thought we skipped one too. Budget transfers.
Forgive
FIR
me, please.
675.
Mr. Larson,
Yeah.
leave the body, go back in order, please.
Thank you. Move approval of FIR 67520, budget transfers for various companies and accounting units.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 66620, recommendation for approval of a payment to Bensonville Community Public Library in the amount of $46,000.
Been a motion and a second by Member Selman. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman, if I may.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Tornatori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get to this particular issue, I hope, I didn't know where to bring this up, but if Mary Catherine's on, I have a question regarding the CRF local government update that we received, and it does have, I think, some relevance to some of these matters. If she's on, I noticed that there were on one of the pages of the document, the municipal distributions, and with the exception of 4 municipalities, it indicates that all of the allocations are under a paid or paid list column. I assume that means that that money has been either allocated or is in process of getting allocated. But then as you move toward other types within the documents that were sent, it looks like there's still remaining allocations for some of those towns, and I'm just concerned. I'm just confused as to whether or not all of the municipalities that have had allocations have submitted their requests and have either been paid or are being paid, and if there are any that have not?
Yeah, pretty much everyone has things that are in the works to be completely paid out except for Glendale Heights. So Glendale Heights and Lamont declined their allocation. Glendale Heights didn't submit up to their entire allocation. So if you see on that, I don't know if you're looking at the PowerPoint, the very last page of it that shows the total program, there is $322,000, if that's the amount that you're looking at. That's really the amount that Glendale Heights hasn't requested yet, and the amount that, a nominal amount from Lamont. Does that answer your question?
It does. It does. Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, my question regarding, or my comment regarding FIR 666-20 would be the same objection, if you will, that I would have on item P and item ZAA, and that is that Bensonville Community Library, the Forest Preserve, and the Village of Hinsdale. It would seem that these requests are requests that would otherwise fall in the previous municipalities' allocations and disbursements. Also, I have a concern about one library district receiving $46,000 and whether or not other library districts have had the opportunity to do so. I think there's a better use of that money. And regarding the Forest Preserve for $175,000, again, no offense to the Forest Preserve, they're very efficient in how they do business, but they pretty much have more money than God. And I don't know that that $175,000 would not be better used toward feeding some people or reallocating it toward other uses. So I'm going to be voting no on those three issues, but those are my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments? Anyone else seeking recognition? If you are, just please make yourself known verbally so I can hear you.
Covert, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I wanted to agree with Member Tornatore. I was also looking at the $175,000 for the Forest Preserve. I did look at the breakdown. I mean, there was no breakdown in the packet. I saw there was $81,000 in PPE, including sanitizers and masks, $20,000 in tech fees for remote work. But I would like to see an actual breakdown of how, and no offense, of course, no offense to Forest Preserve, but I would like to see a breakdown of how they got to these figures, and like a clear, detailed breakdown of how they got to that number, because $175,000 is a lot. It is more than all the food pantry allocations combined. So I was wondering if it's possible, before voting on this, if maybe we could table it and get a breakdown of where this money, how these figures are being calculated.
Okay, there's been a motion to table this item. I don't know if there's a second. Is there anyone seconded?
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Elliot, please.
I don't know that the motion to table is in order, because isn't the item that we're actually discussing, it might be premature. I think we're just really discussing the Bensonville Library right now, right? Isn't that what was motioned and second?
Yeah, right. That's the item before us right now is FIR 666-20.
Okay, so on that one, I would, and I don't oppose Member Covert's effort to table. I just think we need to be in order. I would say that the Bensonville Library, Mr. Chairman, I find myself in agreement with Member Tornatore. We've been, I think, very deliberate so far in how we have given out this money to other governmental entities. We didn't give it to one municipality unless we knew we could give it to all of them on some reasonable allocation. We tried to be very fair in what we did with the fire departments and the like. I'm just not persuaded that what we're seeing with the Bensonville Library is something that was offered to all the different library districts or libraries, and so I would support Member Tornatore on this particular item.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Anyone else seeking recognition for purposes of discussion of item FIR 666-20?
Chairman, Member Solomon, please.
Please, Member Solomon.
All right, thank you. Just as a reminder for this Bensonville request, this is the second time it's come to us. There were some concerns about whether or not it was eligible and whether or not we could complete this in a timely manner. Bensonville worked with staff to get that, resized and rescaled to be more confident that this work could be completed. I would just also remind our fellow board members that Bensonville and Addison, while they have received some extra allocations, them along with West Chicago and Glendale Heights are the hardest hit communities in our district. And services provided to residents in that area impact and help all of us, whether it's access to COVID resources, whether it's access to public services. I would also remind you earlier this week in the news summary that we got from Joan and Evan, there was an article about students in Bensonville who are members of immigrant families who work night shifts. They leave school, they go change, they go work all night, they get home around 6 a.m. and then they go to school again. That is an issue we're going to have to continue to deal with, and the Bensonville Library can be a partner in that. So I would just urge our members, I totally respect the comments made by Member Tornatore and others trying to make sure we're being fair. I think that's absolutely appropriate, but the need in Bensonville and Addison and other similar communities is so high. So I hope this board can support helping Bensonville. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Member Solomon. Anyone else seeking recognition for purposes of discussion on this particular item? Okay, I don't hear anyone. So there's been a motion on this, and I believe there's been a second. So, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
No.
Noonan. No. Ozog.
Yes.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
No.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
No.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. And Krajewski.
No.
Oh, we've got 13 voting aye, 5 voting nay. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
I show 11 voting aye, 7 voting nay.
Okay, forgive me. So the resolution is adopted. Mr. Larson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Approval of FIR 66720, approval of payment to the Forest Preserve District of DuPage County in the amount of $175,756.32.
Second, Desart.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, Covert.
Sorry, forgive me.
I made a motion to table this issue until we receive a detailed breakdown.
Yeah, okay, so let's dive into this. FIR 66720, there's been a motion to table. Is there a second on this motion? I can't hear anyone, so if there's a second, please.
Second.
Okay, who is that?
Pachowski.
Okay, Pachowski. Okay, so there's been a motion and a second to table item 667-20. Is there any discussion on the item, or the motion to table? Any discussion? Doesn't mean we won't address this at another time. We're just tabling it to, I suspect, our next board meeting, which would be, well, we could procedurally, Mr. Larson, would your understanding be we could address this at the special call?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Member Chaplin, are you seeking?
Thank you, Chairman. That was my concern too. I'm not sure. Do we have time to table this, or do we have to prove it before the end of November? I'm not certain on that.
Mr. Chairman, just as a
Yeah, Mr. Larson, and you know what? Could you get a little closer to your microphone? I'm having a hard time hearing you, Bob.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just as a procedural matter, because it's a motion to table under Robert's rules, I don't think that is subject to discussion. It's a yay or nay vote on, it's an up or down vote on the motion to table. If it is not tabled, then we can continue the discussion. But in terms of covering this on a special call, I don't know where we would have a special call even planned.
Well, you had discussed a special call earlier today, earlier in the meeting. Okay, well, all right, there's a motion to table. I'm looking for a little bit of guidance on, just for those who may wish or consider to vote for tabling this so that we can find out more information about this sum of money to the Forest Preserve. I think they're going to want to know whether or not we'll get back to this with the benefit of this additional information. So, Bob, is there anything any light you can shed on that for us here, please? Member Larson?
Mary Catherine, you make a comment.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, yeah, please, Mary Catherine. I'm sorry, I can't.
These, the items are on your sheet are pretty much itemized. They're standard for what we have done all across the local government program. So clearly, because we have the exact figures, the information that we'd be getting would just be copies of actual receipts. So if you wanted to see the copies of the actual receipts, we can get that. But from an eligibility perspective, looking at the CARES Act, this is a very straightforward request. These items are, there's no concerns here about whether or not these expenses are eligible. They're consistent with everything else that we've done across the program. So usually, sometimes if we have items that are a little bit controversial, we'll vet those up front. That's really not the case with this particular request.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, so Member Covert, are you persisting in your motion to table?
Well, we just received one letter it's just a one-page letter asking for this amount of money, and it is a large sum without any details of breakdown. It's just a general request. There's no details in it, and it might be boilerplate or standard. My question would be, would it be too late to approve this? I mean, what's the deadline on this? Could we go into our next meeting and without a special call, could we go into the next meeting and approve this once we get all the information that we need? Or would it be too late?
Okay.
Procedurally.
That's a good question.
Up to the next
Can you let staff address that, please?
Hello. Yes, this can be postponed until the next meeting. All of these expenses have been spent by the Forest Preserve, so it can be taken up at our first meeting in December, regularly scheduled board meeting if that's the will of the board.
Okay. So we have a good understanding of what the time frame is and the opportunity to revisit this. There is a motion before us to table. It's been seconded by Member Pachowski. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
No.
DeCiani.
No.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
No.
Larson.
No.
Noonan. Ozog.
No.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
No.
Rutledge.
No.
Selman.
No.
Tornatori.
No.
Zay. And Chaplin.
No.
Okay, it sounds like 4 or 5 ayes, was there, Mr. Clerk?
4 aye.
Okay, so the motion to table fails. Mr. Larson.
So we're back to the original motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So there's a motion to adopt this resolution, FIR 667-20. A motion and a second. What's wrong, Mr. Healy? Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
No.
Noonan. No. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
No.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
No.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
No.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
No.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. And Krajewski.
Aye.
It's like 10 ayes, is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
I show 11 voting aye, 7 voting no.
Okay, so the resolution is adopted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would then move to combine agenda items Q through Z, which are various agreements for food pantries. Second.
So motion and a second to combine items Q through Z. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would then move approval of the following. Most of these are resolutions to approve a grant agreement in the amount of $35,000 each. The first is $676.20 to Family Services. The second is $677.20 to the Bensonville Wooddale Food Pantry. $678.20 is to the Itasca Food Pantry. $679.20 is to the ICNA Food Pantry. $680.20 is to the Elmhurst Yorkfield Food Pantry. $681.20 is to the Glen Ellen Food Pantry. $682.20 is to the Hands of Hope Food Pantry. $686.20 is to the Lombard Village Park Food Pantry. And then $684.20 is approval of amendment to the agreement with the West Suburban Community Pantry. And FIR 685.20 is approval of amendment to the grant agreement with People's Resource Center.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Larson. There's a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
Second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, forgive me. Mr. Tornatori.
I'm had a very difficult time hearing Member Larson. I'm not sure where he stopped on that. Did he? Are we voting on ZAA, or did he stop at the
Stopped at
Y?
My understanding. I had to turn the volume way up on mine. Mr. Larson, you want to reassure us here that we address items through Z and no further?
Yes, that's correct. There is no ZAA. There is Z and then there's AA. I moved to combine and approve, or to combine items Q through Z, which was granted, and then now I'm moving for approval of all of them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on these items that were described moments ago. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. And Krajewski.
Aye.
You're on mute, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson, the resolutions are adopted. Mr. Larson, please
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. Chairman. I would then move approval of FIR 68820, approval of payment to the Village of Hinsdale as amended at Finance to a new amount of $14,830.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Good discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
For discussion purposes, Mr. Elliott, you seeking recognition?
I think Mr. Tornatori was ahead of me, Mr. Chairman.
I'm happy to yield to Member Elliott. I'll follow him. Go ahead, Tim.
Yes, so I have very much the same concerns here as I did with Bensonville. We made an allocation to all of the different municipalities, and we have given some of the municipalities a little bit of additional money for sort of very specific and unique reasons for populations that are particularly heavy hit by COVID. I just can't find anything about this request by the Village of Hinsdale that would, in my opinion, justify giving an additional amount of money to Hinsdale. This is for reconfiguration, if I am correct, of a police area. Seems like every municipality would have something similar. I mean, certainly Glen Ellen, Wheaton, everybody else has police departments. So I just wonder how we justify making an exception for the Village of Hinsdale that we're not making for all the other municipalities.
Further discussion, Member Tornatori.
What Member Elliott said was exactly what I was going to say. There's nothing unique about Hinsdale. Every police department in this county can use extra money to reconfigure their roll call room. So I would be voting against this, but because it appears to be a second bite from the apple. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else seeking recognition for purposes of further discussion on this item?
Chairman Krajewski.
Mr. Krajewski, please proceed.
I also expressed some concern way back when we went above and beyond to municipalities regarding the original allocation. We had a lot of discussion 2 weeks ago regarding that same issue. Some other ones got additional funding and that they were all going to come to us. We had 3 of them that were defeated 9-7 last board meeting, which 3 of those municipalities had a substantial portion of District 2, and 2 of our District 2 members weren't there. So if they were supporting their communities, maybe it would have been 9-9, and you would have had to break the tie. We talked 2 weeks ago about member initiatives. I know Member Renahan, Member Hart, and myself work with the Village of Hinsdale. I'm going to be supporting this resolution for one in my district. Again, I think every community can find all kinds of additional uses for COVID and could have unlimited money, whether it's for this group or that group. But again, we are started to go outside of the normal allocation we gave, and we're seeing more and more municipalities come to us, from the districts. And I'm going to support the members and the communities down in District 3. So I will be voting for this. Again, I thought this was going to happen when we started giving extra money for whatever the cause may be. We talked about member initiatives. So again, I'm going to be supporting this one tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Krajewski. Anyone else seeking recognition, please make yourself known verbally.
This is Member Renahan.
Yeah, please.
Similarly, I think, we talked a lot about public health and safety. We know that this has been vetted out through our guidehouse and through our internal team. It is regarding social distancing, which is something we know is very important with COVID. And, as we turn over some of our additional funds, our CARES funds, we're going to be looking at public safety at the county level. So I think this is very much in line with continuity of what we're doing. And I ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Renahan. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the members in District 3 and coming to bat for their communities, and I would expect nothing less. However, in response to Member Krajewski, as we talked about 2 weeks ago, the member initiatives that were brought forth in West Chicago and Addison and Bensonville were unique to those communities because they were significantly affected by COVID. There's nothing unique about Hinsdale's police department wanting to socially distance their police officers that's unique from any other community. So to suggest that there's something here in Hinsdale that doesn't exist everywhere else just belies the facts. So and whether or not somebody was here or not 2 weeks ago is irrelevant. You either vote or you don't. So the fact of the matter is that I have no objection to socially distancing. I presume Hinsdale's police department has socially distanced for the last 6 months, with or without this $18,000. So I think that $18,000, it's not that I don't want to give it to Hinsdale. I just think we can do more for the people in this county who need it, who are food deprived at this point or otherwise in need, than to give it to a police department, which presumably has been dealing with this all along. So that's the reason I'm going to be voting against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tornatore. Anyone else seeking recognition on this item? Okay, we've had a pretty robust discussion of it. There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
No.
Noonan. No. Ozog.
Yes.
Pachowski.
Yes. Aye.
Renahan.
Yes.
Rutledge.
No.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
No. Sorry.
Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
No.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. No. And Krajewski.
Aye.
I show 12 voting aye, 6 voting no.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 68720, approval of issuance of payments to the small businesses and independent contractors to the Small Business Relief Grant Fund in the amount of $2,493,952.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there anyone seeking recognition for purposes of discussion? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIP 40220, approval of a contract purchase order to between the County of DuPage and Rock Fusco and Connolly.
Thanks, Debbie.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
No.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
No.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
No.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye. Excuse me, no. Sorry, no.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FICO 3520, approval of amendment to the resolution issued to Corvell Corporation for third-party administration of claim services.
A motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Sam?
Tornatori.
Aye again. Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are now the budget resolutions and ordinances, and forgive me, there are a few of them, but we have to take these individually because of their nature. So I would first move approval of FIO 8220, DuPage County 2020 tax levies for fiscal year 2021.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
No.
Covert.
Pass.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski. Krajewski.
He's no longer on.
He ran away. Now that you have your coffee, Member Krajewski has your vote.
Sorry. Aye. Let's just get some more coffee. Sorry.
Covert.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay, the resolution is adopted, correct, Mr. Clerk?
Correct.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIO 8320, County of DuPage Century
Second.
Hill Lighting Fund 2020 tax levy for fiscal year
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These next two are going to have some amendments to them. So first, move approval of FIO 8420 annual appropriation ordinance for the County of DuPage for the fiscal year beginning December 1, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there discussion here? No discussion. Mr. Clerk,
No,
please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, Member Zay has discussion.
Forgive me. I'm sorry, Jim. I can't see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday I had sent, there's going to be two amendments here. There was a spreadsheet sent yesterday by our Chief Financial Officer. We had talked about during our budget hearings and our discussions with our elected officials that the state's attorney, the sheriff, and the public defender had expressed a need for more funds because of the current situation here in DuPage County, not only with COVID, but with we're having an influx of violent crime. We talked with the sheriff's office about, unfortunately, over the years, we've had to reduce our drug task force down to basically nothing. What we see with COVID also, we have a rise in drug use out on the streets. So he's asking for an additional 3 head count for this drug task force and an additional 2 head count for the crime lab, which we see there's been again an influx of robberies, home invasions, car break-ins over there. So he is short people as we see this. So that would be $700,000 to the sheriff's office, $200,000. Same talk with the state's attorney. He's continuing to have big caseloads here. He's asking for an additional $200,000 for 2 additional attorneys. And then to be, we heard with our public defender, his workload continues. He needs to get some equity adjustments of $100,000 to his people as we continue with this. So if Jeff could explain why we have on that the first paragraph, it's sheriff, state's attorney, and public defender, then general fund changes, special revenue fund changes, and then infrastructure fund additions.
Yes, let me take you through the spreadsheet that we sent out yesterday. As Vice Chairman Zay said, the total of all of the changes for the sheriff, the state's attorney, and the public defender will total $1 million. And to offset that, we are proposing to add $1 million to miscellaneous revenue in the budget, and that money would be generated from additional CARES funds to fund these requests. You also have, 2% cost of living adjustments that's proposed on this spreadsheet, which is $500,000. Offset that would be more miscellaneous revenue from the CARES funds. Then under the special revenue funds, we have an increase to the dock storage fees in the recorder's office. That was approved about a month ago, so we're proposing to add that to the appropriation ordinance. We have, in addition to the MICAP funds, this is a special revenue fund. We are proposing an additional $458,000 to carry over those capital items. And we are proposing another $1.5 million just to appropriate the funds that were approved under finance for facilities in the capital infrastructure fund of $1.5 million. So with all of those changes that are proposed, the final appropriation ordinance as presented would be $483,321,230.
Okay.
And again, that would be revenue neutral at that point. We haven't taken advantage of the CARES Act money for our sheriff or any of our public.
We're having a hard time. Remember, Jim Zay, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Dan, if I got any closer, it would be in my tonsils. So this would be revenue neutral. We haven't taken advantage of any CARES Act money right now for our public safety. So at this point, this is what we'd be using it for.
We would be using that for, yes, public safety expenses in December that's generated from public safety. And so revenue neutral to fund these requests, correct?
Okay.
Second to the amendment.
Mr. Zay?
So I
Second to the amendment.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second on this amendment to the ordinance IO 84-20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
I had a comment, sir.
Questions?
Chairman?
Please go ahead, member Dessart.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Looking at all these recommendations, I think they make sense and they look fine to me. My only question for staff is that we've had this budget for 2 months. Why did we get these recommended changes yesterday, just the day before the vote? I mean, they all make sense, but why the 11th hour is my question.
Some of them were recommended as late as last week. Some had to be discussed a little bit further after finance, such as the MICAP fund and the special revenue fund. And we needed to determine, as far as the COLA, what kind of sales tax would be generated. We wanted just to make sure that sales tax would continue to go in the right direction to be able to fund that COLA.
Thanks, Jeff. So like the state's attorney and the sheriff came to you last week with these requests for additional bodies?
No, I had discussions with the state's attorney and the sheriff last week. We had to make sure we had to make sure there was enough CARES Act money.
That's not me, by the way, but I just thought that it was, I think they're great, Jim, and congratulations. These are great changes. I just was troubled that they came, the day before the vote. That's all. Thank you.
If I could just comment briefly, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please, Mr. Larson.
We all know the revenue issues that we face this year and into next year were a moving target. And again, as Jeff mentioned, with the sales tax figures and making sure that we would have adequate resources to do this. And my insistence was that we do so while still balancing the budget. And so as we got more information going through the process, as you may recall, the sheriff and the state's attorney and the public defender had asked for some of this money earlier, hoping to be able to get it, and we pared back people's budgets, but now we have the opportunity, given some more encouraging sales tax numbers, to be able to do this, which is why it's being proposed now. But it's a very valid question.
Further discussion? Anyone seeking recognition? Mr. Krajewski, I see you.
And just real quick, I think, Jeff, you made a comment about the 2% COLA and the $500,000, and it was going to be CARES public safety money. I think the $500,000 is going to be the public safety budget, and then the other revenues that we generate will be for COLA, because we can't use it for COLA.
No,
correct?
If I can maybe address that, Mr. Chairman. So in December, we'll obviously have a large public safety budget for the sheriff, multiple millions of dollars. I believe the calculation was about $2.8 million. And we still have access to CARES Act dollars that we can offset in fiscal year 2021 against that $2.8 million of public safety money. So we're going to fund, as we discussed weeks or months ago, a 2% COLA, with the departments funding half of it and the money from the CARES Act funding the other half of it, beginning in June of next year, which is why it's $500,000. But it's actually money, rather than spending down our capital reserves, we're able to take advantage of the CARES Act dollars because of the public safety expenditures we'll have in next month.
But I guess my question, the comment is we're not giving the 2% COLA from the CARES money. The CARES money is going to the public safety budget. We're using other money to fund. I don't want to be on record that we're using CARES money to fund COLAs for everybody, because that's not what, you can't use it for that. So we're actually putting the money for our public safety budget. Other revenues are being used for COLA, not the CARES revenue. And then the last thing, when we get the new board in place and we have our judicial public safety in place, I'd like to see one of the first things we bring the sheriff in and let him talk about the programs that he's looking to do with his drug task force to help educate the rest of the board and or all of the board, and new board members included, and also the state's attorney and public defender, to talk about the need for this additional money, and let us know that, because I know this has kind of come up. I think that'd be a good thing for the JPS to talk about in the first meetings or two.
Member Selman.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think, Member Larson, you might have just clarified this, but looking at 2022 for these positions, our expectation is that revenues will be equaling out enough that we'll be able to continue those roles, right? We're not just hiring for 1 year.
Right, well, obviously that's for the board next year, how they're going to determine their allocation, but the expenditure would be a continuing year-to-year allocation with the hope that we'll have economic recovery next year that will allow for more revenue, but we are going to have a very large cash reserve at the end of this fiscal year.
All right, thank you so much.
Anyone else seeking recognition? Seeing none, hearing none, there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
This is on the amendment.
On this amendment to FIO 84-20.
And so the amendment was by Zay, correct?
Yes.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
And Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Larson.
And then moving approval as amended to FIO 8420.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to approve this ordinance as amended. Just moments ago, we amended it. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Chairman?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to go back real quick and just thank Chairman Larson for giving us a couple of finance workshops this year to talk about the budget and really go through it very, very intricately. So thank you, Finance Chairman Larson, for allowing us that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Desart.
We love you, Bob. Okay, anyone else seeking recognition? Mr. Larson, the ordinance as amended was approved. Mr. Larson on FIO 90-20.
Yes, I move approval of FIO 90-20 annual appropriation ordinance for police records management system operation funds.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Also, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Zay.
This is for the PRMS changes. This is through staff. Jeff, you want to talk about that?
Okay, this is an amendment to 90-20.
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
This is, as the chairman said, an amendment. This PRMS is a separate kind of board, if you will, that's chaired by our state's attorney. We have over 30 members from municipalities and fire districts who use this service through the county to do records management. The Sheriff's Department is also a part of this. At their last board meeting, they did amend their budget from what was approved at our Finance Committee, and they reduced it by $136,267 in total. So that would have to be the amendment to the PRMS budget for fiscal 21.
You're muted, Mr. Chairman. Dan, you're muted. You're muted, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, is there someone seeking recognition for purposes of discussion? If so, you can indicate I'll see the little icon here with your hand up. Seeing none, hearing none. On this amendment, there's been a motion by Member Zay, seconded by Member Healy. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
And Tornatore.
Aye.
Okay, the amendment is adopted to the ordinance. Mr. Zay or Mr. Larson on the ordinance as amended, the proposed ordinance as amended.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman, is to move approval of 9020 as amended.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on this 90-20 as amended.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution as amended is adopted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIO 8620 appropriation to general obligation debt certificates.
Second.
Series 2017.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIO 8520 appropriation to general obligation limited tax certificates of indebtedness.
Second.
Series 2009.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The resolution is adopted as amended. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 59820 authorization to transfer funds to the taxable general obligation
Second.
2010 bonds debt service and abate the 2020 bond and interest tax levy for the taxable general obligation bonds.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 59920 authorization to transfer funds to the general obligation refunding bonds alternate revenue source for the jail project
Second.
series 1993 and abate the 2020 tax levy for general obligation refunding bonds.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 600-20 authorization to transfer funds to the general obligation refunding bonds alternate revenue source stormwater project series 1993 debt service and abate the
Second.
2020 tax levy.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Show DC any aye.
Noted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move approval of FIR 60120, authorization to transfer funds to the general obligation refunding bonds, alternate revenue source,
Second.
stormwater project series 2016 debt service fund, and abate the 2020 tax levy.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 60220, abatement of the 2020 tax levy for the general obligation refunding
Second.
bonds series 2011 in the amount of $575,600.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye. Sorry. Aye.
I'm having a hard time hearing.
Renahan.
Somebody needs to mute. We're hearing a lot of background.
I think that's on member DeCiani's.
So Renahan.
Aye.
Okay. Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 60320, abatement of the 2020 tax levy for general obligation refunding bonds,
Second.
series 2015B in the amount of $1,460,600.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Hold on just a second.
That's L.
Larson.
All right. Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 60420, authorization to transfer funds from the general fund
Second.
to various funds for fiscal year 2021.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 60520, authorization to transfer funds from the county infrastructure fund to the general fund for fiscal
Second.
year 2021.
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 60620, approval of fiscal year 2021
Second.
headcount, I think as amended.
As amended, you want to explain that, Bob?
Member Zay will do so, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Zay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For that first amendment we did, now we just need to include the head count. So my amendment would be to the state's attorney's office, line 1000-6500 from 140 to 142 plus 2, and then from the sheriff's office, line 1000-4400 from 495 to 500. That is the amendment.
Second, Healy.
And a motion and a second on this resolution as amended. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
And Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution as amended is adopted. Mr. Larson.
Actually, we approved the amendment, Mr. Chairman. Now we're moving for approval of the resolution as amended.
Forgive me, that roll call was on. To amend the resolution as amended. Please proceed. There's been a motion and a second, Mr. Larson, seconded by Mr. Zay. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hang in there. We've only got about 22 more of these. Move approval of FIR 60620, approval of the 68320 compensation structure and wage adjustment guidelines.
There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Come on in.
Okay, thank you.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Approval of FIO 8720, 2020 tax levies for the Board of Health Operations.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Sorry. Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIO 8820, annual appropriation ordinance for the Board of Health Operations.
Then a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Rutledge.
Apologies. Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIO 8920, annual appropriation ordinance for ETSB for 2021.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Finally, Mr. Larson.
Last one, and this is the big one. Move approval of the fiscal year 2021 financial plan as amended by the various amendments that have been presented today and approved today.
5 more amendments.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve the FY 2021 financial plan as amended. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. And Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, great. That resolution, the 2021 financial plan ordinance is adopted. A very fine report by Member Bob Larson. Thank you very much for walking us through all of that. I also want to commend the clerk. He's been doing a marvelous job here. My guess is with folks that have been sitting as long, we may need to go take a quick 5-minute break. And we could resume shortly thereafter, unless there's any objection. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute recess? I'm just going to mute my my audio and put my video off for a moment. We'll be back on in about 5 minutes, if that's okay. Tends to require some use of the facilities. Okay, so we took a brief recess with leave of the body. Why don't we do a roll call just to punctuate the moment, please? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
All right.
You've been doing a marvelous job, Adam, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Chaplin.
Here.
Covert.
Here.
Desart.
Here.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Here.
Hart. Healy. Here. Krajewski.
Here.
Larson. Here. Noonan. Here. Ozog.
Here.
Pachowski.
Here.
Renahan.
Here.
Rutledge.
Here.
Selman.
Here.
Tornatori.
Here.
And Zay.
Okay, we have a quorum. Our next item of business on our agenda is animal services. We like to serve animals. And member Brian Krajewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one item, motion for ASO 0094-20 and ordinance amending Chapter 5 of our DuPage County Code.
Second to start.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Aye. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. And Healy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Krajewski. On to the order of development, member Sam Tornatori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't get hung in effigy by my fellow board members, I want you to know I asked if I could combine the zoning hearing officer matters, but was reliably advised I cannot. So I have to take them separately. So bear with me when we go through this. I move approval of DCO 95-20 ordinance Z 2027 Winfield Road LLC to approve a variation from section 37-702-1A requiring places of assembly to be operated using public sewer and water and allowing the applicant to service the place of assembly with wall and membrane bioreactor septic system.
Second.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can the record reflect that I'm leaving the meeting for this particular item?
Yes, certainly. Let the record reflect that Member Elliott, has recused himself from this discussion and this vote. With that, is there anyone seeking recognition for purposes of discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, there's been a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, Member Covert. There is this little device, this little feature here. If I don't remember, someone used it before. Somehow or other, if there's like an icon with the hands up, I can see that and then I won't miss you. But in any event, whatever works best for you.
I'll yield to Member Dessert. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My question is this. I attend a lot of development meetings, but I don't recall hearing this discussion. And so what I'd like to know from either Chairman Tornatore or staff is, it seems to me that getting water to the church is the main sticking point. Am I hearing that correctly?
That primarily is that's problematic, and that's why the petitioner is moving for this variation, yes.
Okay, and is there a way, if this is voted down, is there a way the petitioner can go a different avenue to still build the church, but in a different light, using a different water system?
Well, as I understand it, Member Dessart, and this was discussed last week at development, and if Paul Haas is on, he can certainly correct me, but my understanding is there was an attempt to secure water from the village of Winfield. The village of Winfield was asking for what the church considered to be more money than they were willing to pay under the circumstances. They were asking for some upfront money in lieu of taxes. In addition to that, because there are properties between the church and the village of Winfield that it's not contiguous, they could not annex currently and use Winfield's water. So this appeared to be the only viable option for the church under the current circumstances, unless they were willing to agree to the terms of Winfield's offer for water.
And was Winfield?
Paul, are you on? Did I screw that up, or?
Paul Haas, are you there?
I'm pretty confident that what I said was correct.
Is Winfield's offer exorbitant?
You know what? I guess you'd have to rely. You'd have to ask the church of that. My understanding was it was beyond what the norm would have been under the circumstances. That's what we heard, at least at development, from the people from the church.
Yeah, thank you.
Further discussion, Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to make a comment. I sat in, I'm on the Committee of Development, and when this issue came up in the Development Committee, I reviewed my packet and all the information that was contained, and it showed that Willow Creek Wheaton Church was in compliance with safety regulations and code, and there wasn't really any problem. The reason why they were denied zoning was because of one missing piece, which was getting a variance for a septic tank. And that's why they're here today, to get that variance. Once they do obtain that variance from us, and we vote yes, they will be 100% compliant with all zoning regulations. So there weren't any issues with this church. And I also want to mention that, you know, churches, mosques, synagogues, and houses of religious worship, they bring value and they bring good to the community, and for no profit at all. So, you know, especially now during COVID, there's 1,200 congregants that need to have this church open. They need to go. And that's a lot of people for regular service. And they need that hope, and that closeness to their faith helps with the healing process in the community. I think this would be a great thing, giving back to the community. That's what churches and religious houses of worship do. And I would encourage everybody to vote yes on this variance so they can install their septic tank or whatever they need to do and be fully compliant. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Covert. Further discussion? Anyone seeking recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please. Member Ozog.
Okay, I was an appointed member of the Glen Ellen Zoning Board of Appeals for 6 years. What is most important to remember in Zoning Board of Appeals cases is that we are not supposed to go outside of what was presented to the Zoning Board of Appeals. The reason that we are here today is because they are looking for a variance against our own, I believe, 2011 houses of assembly are to be tied to city water, city sewer. There were facts that I believe were left out of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Eric Spandy, the village president of Wheaton, spoke with us. Again, we cannot consider those items. However, in this case, I think that we are going against our own assembly. These are large places. They have traffic implications. In this particular site, there are stormwater considerations, fire and safety, and we have a code for a reason. And I don't believe that the reason that they want, which is basically they don't really want to pay a fee to Winfield, is appropriate. There are plenty of other places where this church could be built and they could continue their mission. I believe they've been in Wheaton Christian Grammar School for 18 years. And while I'd certainly like to see them be able to do permanent house of worship, in this case, going against our own water and sewer for these very large houses of assembly is a really bad precedent. It's a really bad idea. I will be voting no. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further discussion, Member Grant Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The discussion about this reminds me a lot about the discussions we had about 10 years ago about the mosques. And there's the bottom line is the places of assembly are permitted uses in R2 districts. And one of the problems here is that even if water and sewer were going in, there'd have to be litigation regarding two adjoining landowners to get the easement rights to put in those pipes for water and sewer. So that's not really something that can be done in any short order. Also, it's my understanding that the Village of Winfield not only wanted to have an initial upfront charge, but they wanted to have an ongoing charge year after year after year to be able to come into the Village of Winfield, which when I was on the Wheaton City Council would have been a great thing, because if we could have charged every single church, we wouldn't have had to levy any property taxes. So when I heard that Winfield was thinking about doing that, I just thought that was a little strange. I think we have to look at our zoning code, and they meet just about everything. There's a small variance to put in the water and the sewer. Someday that property is going to be improved and they'll be able to tap in to the pipes. But for now, a septic field and the way they're going to handle water and sewer, I think is a small variance compared to some of the other variances I've seen this board give, and it's something that we should approve and move forward with.
Okay, thank you, Member Eckhoff. Further discussion? Anyone else seeking recognition? Seeing none, hearing none, Mr. Tornatore.
Chairman.
I think you had about 4 or 5 hands up, so you might want to look at the screen instead of your little icon because it's not working.
Well, no, there is a feature here that if people...
I don't have it on my screen, so apparently it's not working for all.
Member Renahan, she got it on now. Member Renahan, please proceed.
So go to panelists, and then on raise hand in the bottom corner, you'll see it. At any rate, so I guess my question is, it does, to me, it's not, I can distinguish it from the mosque conversation, because that seemed to be more about who was coming in, not how they were coming in procedurally. To me, this seems procedurally in terms of a financial impediment that maybe the church cannot or will not take on. And I see that Paul Haas has joined the conversation, and I guess I'm just looking for a little direction here in terms of, is this a hurdle that can be with money, gone over and can come? All right, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, are you acknowledging me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, Paul Haas. The church, the sewer and water is physically not available to this site. So in answer to Member DeSart's question, If this variation is not granted, then the church will not be able to build on this property because, once again, sewer and water is physically not available to the site.
Okay. Member Ozog?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying really hard here again with my personal zoning experience to not go too far off the rail on this issue here, but it's important to note that we have a specific village and entity here. As the village mayor or village president explained to us, Village of Winfield has the Central DuPage, or Northwestern Medicine, another not-for-profit in their downtown. I believe they've made arrangements with them for whether you want to call it economic grants, something along those lines. These are impact fees because these entities do have impact, even if they are not-for-profit. So when talks, from my understanding, broke off with Winfield 2 years ago, ongoing talks were started with the county. And I don't know anything about the background on those. I'm concerned about the fact that before this was approved, the health department signed off on the bioreactor system. I'm not clear really how this has all worked out, but the bottom line here is that we are going to be asked for a major facility with major impact on the land use in this area, which already has Cantini. It already has northbound traffic on Winfield heading to the hospital and southbound leaving it. We have the Roosevelt Road corridor, et cetera. We're being asked to approve a plan where I speculate that perhaps the water situation could have been alleviated and there could have been access given and worked out to go 500 feet north to Roosevelt Road, where a new development is going in, a new gas station is going in there. So Winfield Water is not that far away, and I don't believe that all due diligence was done to make that work. And I don't believe that they're in their desire to not pay an impact fee, which nobody can make them do. I don't believe that that's a strong enough reason because there's impact. There will be police impact. There will be fire district impact. There will be land use impact, traffic impact. So I don't believe that they have shown the practical difficulty and the hardship that we need here, and that's what you need to have in a zoning variance. So I will be, again, voting against this because we've gone too far away from the issue. Do we allow this large structure with an assembly purpose to go against our own code from 2011 for hooking up to sewer and water and safety issues, fire issues, et cetera, stormwater, all those other factors? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Ozog. Further discussion, Member Rutledge, followed by Member Dessart.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a question for Paul Haas. If this passes through development, what are the next steps that they'll have to take before a building permit will be issued?
So if this passes county board, then the next step will be they will apply for a building permit from the county building department. Our building department will send it to various disciplines in the county, which will include the health department, the stormwater department, transportation department, and then building and zoning will review it as well. That we will be looking at the building permit solely now on the basis of building and zoning will be approved at that point because the only outstanding zoning issue that we had was that this needed technically to be on sewer and water. And building department will review it for the building code. And in terms of the health department, as mentioned before, they already have their required permits from the health department to build on a septic and well system.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Member Rutledge. Member Dessart.
Thank you. I am torn on this one because I usually, on these zoning issues, I take my cue from the zoning board of approval, and this one is split 3-3. So, Paul, I'd like some direction if you wouldn't mind. Why was the zoning board of appeals split? Why was that a split vote? Do you recall?
It was 5-2.
5-2, yeah.
Development committee was 3-3. And, well, okay, I'll leave it at that until I close. The development committee was 3-3. The zoning board of appeals was 5-2.
Gotcha. Paul, any other information that you'd like to share about this project before we vote?
No, I have nothing unless anybody has any more questions of me.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Member Covert?
I believe Paul Haas has already explained the difficulty in getting this water supply elsewhere, and the church's only avenue is to get a variance with the county for the septic tank. And I would have to disagree with Member Ozog. This issue isn't about impact fees or whether tax exempt organizations need to pay. I'm actually shocked that they did have to make a payment in lieu of taxes in the past, which they are not required to. I think any issues surrounding tax exemption should be taken up with the federal government and the IRS tax code, and that's not a county issue at all. I think the issue is whether they can legally comply with all the zoning regulations to build their church. And the answer is yes. If they get a variance to do this small little thing, they will be fully compliant with the zoning regulations to move forward. So I think that's what the issue is.
Okay, I'm sorry, Member Dessart, had you finished with your line of questions?
I had, yes, thank you.
Member Chaplin?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So my concern with this development is that the structure does hold 1,200 people, and I know they're going to have this biomembrane septic field that's supposed to hold enough water to put out a fire. But I'm concerned about that many people in a structure like that without access to public water. And I think that's why we have the ordinance in place. And I understand the fire district signed off, but having well water and a septic system, I know the pressure's not there. And I'm also worried about that quality. I mean, the quality of water. We all know how, a lot of the wells out here in DuPage have been contaminated. So, I think where there's a will, there's a way. And if they wanted to work with Winfield to hook up to their water, I think it could have been done. And I think they just don't want to pay anything if they can get free water and not have to hook into a sewer system or a water system. So I have the safety concerns, and I agree with everything that Member Ozog said. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion. Anyone else seeking recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Member Ozog.
Okay. When I was speaking about impact fee, I was talking in background because there has been no discussion for over 2 years with the Village of Winfield. And again, I want to go back to the specifics here. I have a question for Paul Haas. Paul, did the Winfield Fire District sign off with approval on this project?
Winfield Fire has not formally signed off on this project. They have submitted 2 letters to the county relative to this project. The first letter came from the former chief, and the second letter came from the new chief. Both letters indicate that in order to ultimately be approved by the Fire Prevention District, there are certain conditions that they would have to meet. The petitioner has said in public hearing that they would meet the conditions of the Fire Protection District. So that work would be done at time of permitting for the building permits.
And what sort of conditions were they talking about?
There are certain things that the Fire Protection District will require them to do relative to the building and the size of the certain standpipes to provide fire suppression inside of the building. There are extraordinary things that they will have to do as part of the building code elements. And once again, the petitioner has agreed to meet those requirements. One of the things that the petitioner did put forward to the Fire Protection District that they would be able to have a secondary backup system for their fire protection in the building, which would be from a wet bottom detention facility. The Fire Protection District rejected that, said they did not need that secondary backup for this development. The other issue of concern for the Fire Protection District was being able to access water for emergency purposes. And there is going to be water available. It's not directly at the site as we talked about, but it will be within 500 feet of the property so that Winfield can tap into that water in an emergency situation. Those are all things that the petitioner is willing to do.
But that needs to be cleared. That would be Village of Winfield water, or is that a fire department hydrant?
That would be a fire department hydrant, but it would be up at the current development that's currently being developed in the Village of Winfield. But that could be used by the Fire Protection District in an emergency situation, even though it is not immediately at the property.
So let me ask you this. If that is 500 feet away and they're being built to the Bucky site, is it not a possibility that if you were working with the Village of Winfield, that water could be accessed 500 feet to the north through, even if necessary, an eminent domain situation?
Well, that would be something that would have to be done in terms of condemning there are three properties between the property that's currently that is now in the Village of Winfield and the subject property. Those properties would have to grant easements for the public utilities to come over those properties. We understand from testimony that the property owners are not willing to do that. So the next step would have to be eminent domain in terms of condemning the right-of-way of those three properties to be able to get right-of-way to then put the sewer and water services in that new right-of-way. Those condemnation processes could take many, many years to get through, but that is something that could be done.
Now, if that condemnation had occurred, if they had continued to work with the Village of Winfield, isn't it possible that they would have been able to do a condemnation and it would have basically been down the center of Winfield Road and thus their access? So it wouldn't have been condemnation. It would have been, if possible, a partial condemnation for the access that they need. And is it also not true that these sorts of or let's say they don't have to go to a condemnation, but these sorts of easements are granted fairly regularly, depending on what the project nature is?
Well, certainly easements are granted. In fact, we have a similar situation on Purnell Road on the other side of Woods of Cantini, where we had this exact same situation where Purnell Road was not a dedicated road and the developer had to get easements from property owners. Right. We have the same situation here. The only difference is that the property owners are not willing to grant those easements.
Well, I'm afraid we have a chicken and egg situation here, though, because it's hard to say if they would have been willing if they were working with the Village of Winfield. So I don't believe that they've shown the hardship or practical the difficulties. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion. Anyone else seeking recognition? Your little hand icon down there you can click on. I don't see anyone.
Jim Zay.
Mr. Zay, forgive me. And then Mr. Tornatore.
I've been clicking this thing that says hand icon, but I don't think you have it for us. We just have a hand waving. You know, I checked. This isn't District 6. Last time I checked. You know, churches do good things. We've had this before. I've seen this before with we didn't approve Resurrection Church in this same corridor. Wheaton Bible was the same thing. They're going to put a Schaefer system in. They finally came to agreement with the Village of Carroll Stream to get water and sewer in there. You know, I'm concerned about this not being on public sewer and water. You know, we talk about traffic. We just put a development in which we had hundreds of people here off of Purnell Road talking about traffic. Now we're going to continue to put more traffic on Winfield Road at this point. A building this big, I can't see being not on public sewer and water, not only for the sewer part, but for the fire suppression. They have had issues with stormwater that we haven't been out there in a couple of years, but they did impact some wetlands. So with that and the nature of the neighborhood, I just can't support this. They need to be on public sewer and water. And I know there's, you know, it's a hardship and Winfield does play hardball, but I think at some point there's new administrations and new whatever, that water is closer than the 7 miles. I know that I've seen where the pipes are. And, you know, they have to work with that local municipality to try to get that. Or, you know, I don't think we have these for a reason. And a building this big not being on public water and sewer, I don't think meets our standard. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion. Member Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm closing, as you can see, there are certain members of this board who are leading the charge against this, and for whatever reason, there have been a number of things that have been said, and I wouldn't normally take a position one way or the other, but you know, to suggest that we're making a lot of presumptions, what was said, what wasn't said, who's been working with whom, whether or not there's going to be fire problems, too many people. I was on a zoning board of appeals for 3 years in Roselle too, and I've been on this committee for 8. I understand it. We're not going against anything in our code on each and every one of these zoning hearing officers matters. It's a variance. That's why it's called a variance. Yeah, it's going against something. It's not theoretically within the four corners of our documents. What we have here is a place of assembly, a matter of right. It's in an R2 district. It's allowed. It has a system which has been vetted by the health department. It has a system which has been vetted once it gets permission and is built, which will be acceptable to the fire people. There was not one when President Spandy spoke, not once did he mention traffic. It was all about water. So to suggest that traffic is a problem here or the number of people here is a red herring. This is about money. And I don't think that there's, any question that that's what it's about. So, and I understand that the Village of Winfield would like to have something there that generates some tax revenue. We all would. But the fact of the matter is here, this isn't about the number of people who are going to be there. We have many places of worship with greater numbers of people than would be going in here that are on other than public water. They're on well and septic. So as far as stormwater issues, we were told by the engineer that the amount of water that would be coming out of this system would be the equivalent of on the grounds would be the equivalent of what you'd get from a garden hose. There will be no flooding issues. We heard many public comments requesting this facility, this church today and what it could do. And we've heard essentially one objection from the Village of Winfield, who would like more money than apparently Willow Creek Church thinks is fair under the circumstances to pay. It's what it's about. Let's call it what it is. And again, it meets every requirement that we're asking for. They've done everything they're supposed to do. So to suggest that we can presume that they haven't negotiated in 2 years is a presumption without any facts. It is what it is. It's about money. So with that, I'm ready to call the question. I think it's a legitimate ask, and I would ask the board to approve this.
Okay, thank you, Member Tornatore. So Member Tornatore has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Covert on DC 95-20. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
No.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Nay.
DeCiani. DeCiani.
There you go.
He looks frozen, I think.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
He's gone.
Oh, that's
They
right.
abstained from this vote,
Yep.
I believe.
Yeah.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. I'm sorry, that was a no, Larson.
Aye. Krajewski was aye.
Krajewski was aye, Larson was no, sorry. Noonan. Ozog.
No.
Pachalski.
Aye.
Renahan.
No.
Rutledge.
No.
Selman.
No.
And back to DeCiani.
Here a minute ago.
Pete. Where the hell are you?
There he is. I see him. Got a mask on.
DeCiani.
You're on mute, Pete.
Unmute. I'm an aye on this vote for the church. Let them build it.
Okay. I show 8 voting aye, 9 voting nay.
Wait a minute. Can you have 8 voting aye?
I do. I show 8 ayes and 9 nays. Elliott was recused.
I counted 9.
I show Covert, DeCiani, Eckhoff, Hart, Krajewski, Noonan, Pachowski, and Tornatore.
Mr. Chairman, there's background. I'm having a difficult time hearing what's going on.
I know. I'm just questioning the roll call. That's all. I just want to make sure you got it because of the
questioning it as well.
Problems. I can't hear very well. The clerk has announced that there were 8 voting aye. My count was 9, but I can't hear very well. So I just want to verify it before we resolve this matter.
So I show Covert, DeCiani, Eckhoff, Hart, Krajewski, Noonan, Pachowski, and Tornatore voting aye. And I show Chaplin, Desart, Healy, Larson, Ozog, Renahan, Rutledge, Selman, and Zay voting nay.
Okay.
Is Healy here though? I think he left. I'm not sure. Is he still in the room? Oh, okay. Hi. All right.
Okay. So we have 8 voting aye. Is it 9 or 10 voting nay, and the resolution fails?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DCO 96-20 Ordinance C-2050. Ross, this is a zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a variation to allow a 6-foot tall, 100% closed fence.
Okay,
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Member Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of DCO 97-20 Ordinance C-2053 to approve a zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a variation to reduce the side yard setback.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Chaplin.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
coming.
Oh, you're welcome.
So you could have been in our TV commercial. Here's an answer. I know.
DeCiani.
Well, you blew it. I know.
Member DeCiani, you've got to mute.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DCO 98-20 Ordinance Z-2063, a zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a variation to reduce a corner yard property setback.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tornatore. Member Tornatore moves, seconded by
Chaplin.
Chaplin. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you, guys.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
On the case there. That's
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Madigan approves. Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DCO 99-20 Ordinance C-2066, a zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a variation to increase the height of a fence.
Second, Chaplin.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DCO 100-20, Ordinance C 2067, zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a variation to allow a cumulative area of detached accessory buildings.
Second, Chaplin.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DCO 101-20, Ordinance C 2068. Theobald, this is a zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a conditional use to allow an existing shed to remain less than 10 feet from the interior site property line.
Second, Chaplin.
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
No discussion. DCNE, aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DCO 102-20, Ordinance C 2069, zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a variation to reduce the corner side setback.
Second, Chaplin.
Mr. Tornatore moves, seconded by Member Chaplin. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Research. That's
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For purposes of information, the following ordinance was denied by the zoning hearing officer, however, approved by the Development Committee 5-0. As such, it will require a 3/4 vote or 14 votes for approval. I move to approve DCO 103-20, Ordinance Z 2071. Katie's Place, this is a variation for a reduction in parking requirements for the issuance of a consumption liquor license.
Second, Chaplin.
And a motion by Member Tornatore, seconded by Chaplin. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Hart.
Gotta be kidding me.
Hart, aye.
Healy. Healy.
I'm going to talk to Jim right now.
Sounds like he fell.
Aye. Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve DCO 104-20, Ordinance C 2074. Fisher zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a conditional use to allow an existing shed to remain.
Second, Chaplin.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. DeCiani.
DeCiani's an aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DCO 105-20 Ordinance Z 2075. Zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a conditional use to allow a shed to remain closer than 10 feet from the interior side property line.
Second, Chaplin.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DCO 106-20 Ordinance Z 2078 to approve a variation from Section 371105-1 to allow 2 pole-mounted advertising signs, variation to exceed the allowable square foot per space, variation to exceed the maximum height in an R4 district, variation from the required setback from the right-of-way, conditional use to utilize the electronic display techniques on the advertising signs. This is a zoning hearing officer's recommendation, approved by the Development Committee 5-0.
Second, Chaplin.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff.
Park Ridge.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finally, I move to approve DCO 107-20 Ordinance Z 2079. This is a zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a variation to increase the height of a sign from 25 to 58.5 feet. Variation to increase the
Second, DeCiani.
size of the sign. Variation to decrease the east side setback. Variation to reduce the distance. Variation to decrease the north side setback, and a conditional use for LED signs to replace existing sign faces.
Been a motion and a second.
DeCiani.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The resolution is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Tornatore. A fine report on
Mr.
the order of development, and we move right into Health and Human Services. Member Sam Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be moving to combine items A through G under Health and Human Services.
Second.
The motion and a second to combine A through G. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Are combined. Mr. Tornatore, please
Thank
proceed.
you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve HHSR 649-20, approval of issuance of payments by DuPage County to energy assistance providers for the LIHEAP program in the amount of $1,477,620. Move to approve HHP 318-20, a recommendation for approval of a contract to WellSky Corporation for annual homeless management information software in the amount of not to exceed $44,500. Move to approve HHP 319-20, a recommendation for approval of a contract purchase order to Medline Industries to deliver various linen items for the DuPage Care Center in an amount not to exceed $61,500. Move to approve HHP 320-20, a recommendation to approve a contract purchase order to Airgas USA LLC to furnish and deliver liquid portable oxygen in an amount not to exceed $36,000. Move to approve HHP 001-20, a recommendation to approve a contract purchase to Valdez Supply for paper towels, facial issue hand rolls in an amount not to exceed $94,095.06. Move to approve HHP 321-20, a recommendation for a contract purchase order to Point Click Claire Technologies for electronic health record software system for the DuPage Care Center for a contract total amount not to exceed $1,285,752.36. Finally, I'd move to approve a change order of HHP 331A-19, amendment to resolution HHP 331-19, issued to Cellco Partnership doing business with Verizon Wireless to provide wireless service for the Aging Care Coordination Unit in the amount of $12,000, resulting in an amended total amount not to exceed $62,000, an increase of 24%.
Okie dokie. That's the explanation of these items. There's been a motion, so moved by Member Tornatore, seconded by Member Chaplin.
I'll second. Chaplin.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Healy.
Car crash.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Chalsky.
Aye.
Renahan. I missed.
Joe Healy voting aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
And Selman.
Aye.
Okay, those resolutions are adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sam Tornatore. We move on to Judicial Public Safety, Member Grant Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just by way of a short committee update, I was not able to get to a microphone fast enough when Mr. Krajewski asked the questions about the State's Attorney's Office, the Public Defender, and the Crime Lab. All three of those were addressed during the budget hearings. The State's Attorney came in and indicated that his caseload had significantly increased, especially given the bail bond procedures and lack of criminal enforcement in Cook County. The public defender indicated that his caseload had gone up substantially because of COVID-19. People are not able to afford and pay for their private attorneys, and so those individuals, the public defender is required by statute to represent if there's a possible jail term, and the crime lab is one of only two in the state and has worked very well and able to cut down the amount of time it takes to identify defendants from weeks to days, and is a vital tool in his arsenal. Number two, Mr. Chairman, a few months ago, I had hoped that we would be able to bring together our first responders, our sheriff, our police, fire, healthcare workers, and in thanks to their efforts during the year, not just during the protests, but also during COVID-19, and for all they do. We can't do that because of COVID-19, but I'm hoping that next year, maybe not even waiting a whole year, that we can thank those people in person. And finally, I wanted to note that there's another person who's retiring in a few days, and that's our Chief Judge, Dan Gurin. He's been the Chief Judge for 3 years. As I always say, the happiest Chief Judge is a former Chief Judge. He's done a tremendous job in converting the courthouse into a facility much like ours with plexiglass. I only wish I had invested in plexiglass this time last year. And he's put in just a ton of work with our public works people to increase the viability of the courthouse during COVID-19. So we'll wish him well, and we're looking forward to working with Judge Popejoy. I would move to approve agenda items 14, JPS 14A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J, all of which are contract purchase orders.
Second.
Okay.
Larson.
And a motion and a second to combine these items. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye. I didn't know where to
Elliott.
stop.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
And DeCiani. DeCiani.
He must be MIA.
Okay. The resolution is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Eckhoff.
Okay, if those items are combined, I'd move approval of JPS 309-20, recommendation for food carts, meal trays, beverage dispensers, and mugs in the jail. JPS 306-20, recommendation for purchase order Logicalis for IBM Power 9 server. JPS 307-20, recommendation for contract purchase order Insight Public Sector. JPS 310-20, recommendation for approval of contract purchase order to Galls LLC for new ballistic and stab vests for our deputies. JPS 311-20, recommendation for approval of contract purchase order to DuPage County Health Department for mental health services for people who've been sentenced to probation. JPS 312-20, recommendation for approval of Sound Inc. for 12 Zoom rooms for defendants to participate in the court proceedings. JPS 313-20, recommendation for approval of contract purchase order to Norix Group for mattresses. I don't think it's My Pillow, but mattresses. JPS 314-20, recommendation for approval of contract purchase order at Genco Safety Supply for powered air purifying respirators for the Correction Center. JPS 315-20, recommendation for the approval of contract purchase order to Office Depot for thermal temperature cameras in the DuPage County Sheriff's Office. JPS 316-20, recommendation for approval of contract purchase order to Office Depot for 62 laptops, docking stations, and carrying cases for training of our deputies in the Sheriff's Department. And finally, JPS 308-20, recommendation for the approval of contract purchase order to Integrated Solutions, Inc. For CMAP maintenance, licensing, and technical upgrades.
Okay, thank you for that description of those items, all considered in one roll call. So any questions? Seeing none, hearing none, there's a motion so moved by Member Eckhoff, seconded by Member Chaplin.
Chaplin, yes, second.
All right, thanks. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Healy.
Healy votes aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Salmon.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
And DeCiani.
Okay, the resolutions are adopted. Member Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve JPS agenda items 14L and M, both of which
Second.
are professional
Chaplin.
services.
Okay, so we have to entertain a motion to combine items L and M. All those, we got to do a roll call. So there's been a motion and a second to combine items L and M. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yeah, we did K.
I only had the last motion covering through J.
Oh, okay. What about K?
I read K.
Or
That was
L?
included.
All right, whatever you decide I have to do.
Yeah, I don't think K was included in the last roll
All right, I'll
call.
move approval of JPS 308-20,
No.
recommendation for
No, Grant. Yeah, Grant didn't include it, but he did include it at the end. So he didn't include it when he
Reading it
combined it, but he
again,
did
if I
include
can
it at the very end.
Oh, all right.
Reading it
You snuck it past us? You
Yeah,
snuck
so we did vote on K with those combined.
Good. I'm impressed how attentive you are, Member Chaplin. Thank you.
I pay attention. I try.
Good,
All right,
good
if I
stuff.
can proceed
So,
again.
man, you got to remedy this thing now, please.
I move approval of JPS 308-20, recommendation for approval of contract purchase order to Integrated Solutions Consulting, Inc.
Didn't we do
All
that?
right, there's a motion, a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on item 308-20, item K.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
And DeCiani.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Eckhoff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of JPS 317-20, recommendation for approval of contract purchase order to Chris Winters to provide professional services as a conflict attorney in juvenile cases.
And Chaplin.
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
And DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Eckhoff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of JPS 29-20, resolution issued to Clausen Miller for professional consultation services and collective bargaining matters.
Second, Chaplin.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
And DeCiani.
Okay, thank you. The resolution is adopted. A very fine report, Member Eckhoff. Thank you very much. We move on to the next item entitled Public Works. Member Jim Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. I move to combine items A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, K, L, and M.
Left the I out.
No, I'm doing I and J separately.
Okay.
Second. Rutledge.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
And Hart.
Okay, thank you. The items are combined. Please proceed, Mr. Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of FMR 65220, an amendment to intergovernmental agreement between Wheaton Park District and the county for the occupancy and maintenance of the County Historical Museum. FMR 65320, an amendment to intergovernmental agreement between the Wheaton Park District and the county to address the remaining work components and expenses. FMR 65620, an amendment to end the lease between the county and the DuPage County Historical Gallery. FMR 65420, approval of an agreement with the Illinois and Family Shelter Services, Inc. for lease of space in the High Judicial Office Center. FMR 65520, approval of an agreement between the county and CASA of DuPage for lease of space in the High Judicial Office Facility. FMR 65720, approval of an agreement for the lease of space for the Administrative Office of the Illinois Courts in the High Judicial Office Facility. FMP 220, a contract to Valdez Supply to furnish and deliver restroom tissue and paper towels, our most important thing of the year. PWP 32220, a contract to Gardner, Denver, Nash for parts and repair services for the Nash mixing compressor at Woodridge. PWCO 3020, approval of an amendment to contract to Waste Management to dispose of refuse and grit waste of the Vector Station. PW 703120, approval of the amendment to contract to Polydyne to provide polymers as needed for sludge dewatering and solid thickening. Doesn't that sound pleasant? FMCO 3320, amendment to contract issued to Alexander Bradley Burns American Legion Post to change the contract expiration date to February 28th, 2021 and decrease the contract amount by $280,000. And I so move.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Second, Chaplin.
Seconded by Member Chaplin. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
And Hart.
Okay, the resolutions are adopted. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Back to you, Mr. Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud of this one and the work staff has done on it. Move for approval of PWP 32320, a contract not to exceed $9,933,000 to Joseph J. Henderson and Son for rehabilitation of the Nordic Wastewater Treatment Facility plant.
Second, Chaplin.
Seconded by Member Chaplin?
Yes.
Okay, good. So there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
And Hart.
Okay, the resolution is adopted, Mr. Clerk, or I'm sorry, Mr. Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Approval of FMCO 3220, which approval of a change order to a contract issued to White Construction Services, Inc. to extend the contract expiration date to August 31st, 2021, and to add projects to the scope of work and to increase the contract by 2.85%. And I so moved.
Second, Larson.
Okay, there's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Larson.
Seconded by Member Larson. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
No.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
No.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
No.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Nay.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
And Hart.
I got 11 voting aye, 4 voting nay. Is that right, Mr. Clerk?
That's what I have as well.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Healy. That concludes your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fine report, the finest report ever, Mr. Healy, if I may say.
Thank you.
Right along here, we move on to technology. Member Greg Hart. Anyone?
Chairman, I think he had to leave the meeting, maybe Vice Chair.
He sent me a text message that said he had to leave. I didn't know if he'd be back for this. So who can step up in his place?
Mr. Chairman, I'm the Vice Chairman.
Okay, Member Ozog, please proceed.
Okay, I have no committee update. And I would like to combine items A and B, TEP 032420, TEP 0420, recommendation for approval of contract purchase order for Cyber Risk Alliance, and recommendation for the approval of contract to Hewlett Packard Enterprise for the procurement of VMware licensing and insight controls for information technology.
Second, Chaplin.
This is a motion to combine A and B, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and it's seconded by Member Covert. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Just on the combining of the two.
Ozog.
Yes.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. And Noonan.
Hey, thank you. The items are combined. Please proceed, Member Ozog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move on item C, TEP 0401-20, recommendation for the approval of a contract to SDI Presence LLC for project management services to manage the implementation of the Tyler Tax Administration System for Information Technology, County Clerk, Treasurer, and Supervisor assessments for a contract total amount of $592,176 per most qualified offer per proposal, hashtag 20-120-IT.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to belabor this any more than anybody else, but I took a roll call on combining items A and B. Now we have to move to approve items A and B. We did explain them earlier, but just procedurally, we need to do this the right way. So Member Ozog moves, is seconded by Member Chaplin to approve items A and B. We previously had combined them. Now we vote to approve them. Please, Member Clerk, Mr. Clerk.
To approve.
Yes, to approve A and B.
Thank you.
Ozog.
Love
Yes.
roll call.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. And Noonan.
Okay, great. Items A and B are approved. Member Ozog, on item C, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item C, I'd like to move for TEP 040120, recommendation for the approval of the contract to SDI Presence LLC for project management services to manage the implementation of the Tyler Tax Administration System for Information Technology, County Clerk, Treasurer, and Supervisor of Assessments for a contract total amount of $592,176 per most qualified offer per proposal, hashtag 20-120-IT.
Second, Selman.
It has been a motion and a second by Member Selman. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ozog.
No.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
No.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Ely.
Ely said aye.
Okay.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. And Noonan.
I got 13 voting aye, Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
It is.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Member Ozog. Please proceed on item D.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve TECO 0034-20, TEP 0325B-19, amendment to resolution TEP 035-19, county contract 4238-001-serve, issued to Celco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless to provide wireless services including basic cellular voice, smartphones, wireless data, and push-to-talk for information technology to increase the contract amount by $12,000, resulting in an amended contract total of $207,100, an increase of 6.15%. AT&T was awarded the new cellular and wireless contract
Chaplain.
for the county, and until the cutover is complete, we will need to continue Verizon services.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ozog.
Yes.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. And Noonan.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Member Ozog. A fine report in Mr. Hart's place. Thank you for stepping up. On to the order of transportation. Member Don Pachowski.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to combine agenda items A, B, C, and D, which are all agreements.
Second.
There's been a motion to combine A, B, C, and D, moved by Pachowski, seconded by Zay. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. And Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, the items are combined. Please proceed, Member Pachowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve DTR 63420, an integral agreement between the County of DuPage and Village of Lombard for Central Signal System Expansion Number 4, Phase 2 Design Engineering. Move to approve DTR 64120, an integral agreement between County of DuPage and Village of Oakbrook for the installation and maintenance of folding stop signs at signalized intersections. Move to approve DTR 64220, an integral agreement between the County of DuPage and municipalities located within DuPage County to enter into agreements for snow and ice removal. And then finally, move to approve DTR 64320, a resolution for a noise wall agreement at I-355 and 650 West Pleasant Lane in Lombard, Illinois.
Okay,
Second.
thank you for that description. There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. And Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, the resolutions are adopted. Mr. Pachowski.
Thank you. I would move to combine agenda items E through K, which are all amendments to resolutions.
Can we do E separate then?
Sure.
Okay,
All right, so I would move to approve DTR 72A, amendment to resolution issued to Thorn Electric for traffic signal installation at the intersection of 38 and 63rd Street for an increased funding amount of $15,000, resulting in a new contract of $316,849.48.
Second, Chaplain.
motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
No.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
No.
Desart.
No.
DeCiani, Eckhoff, Elliott,
Aye.
Hart,
Aye.
Healy,
Aye.
Krajewski,
No.
Larson, Noonan, and Ozog.
Aye.
Okay. Is it
I would
adopted?
seek then to combine agenda items F to K, which are all amendment to resolutions, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Chapman.
Motion and a second to combine items F through K. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski,
Aye.
Renahan,
Aye.
Rutledge,
Aye.
Selman,
Aye.
Tornatori,
Aye.
Zay, Chaplin,
Aye.
Covert,
Where are we?
Covert,
Aye.
Desart,
Aye.
DeCiani, Eckhoff, Elliott,
Aye.
Hart,
Aye.
Healy,
Aye.
Krajewski,
Aye.
Larson, Noonan, and Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DTR 73A20, amendment to a resolution of Thorn elected for traffic signal modernization at the intersection of 75th Street and Clarendon Hills Road. Move to approve DTR 337B20, amendment to a resolution to Martham Construction for culvert replacement. And move to approve DTR 338A20, issued to Schroeder Asphalt Services, the Lyle Township 2020 Road Maintenance Program. Move to approve DTP 180A20, amendment to a resolution to Acela for professional permitting software services as needed for the Department of Transportation. Move to approve DTR 343A20, amendment to a resolution to an intergovernmental agreement between the County of DuPage and Illinois State Highway Authority for roadway and bridge rehabilitation. And finally, move to approve DTR 906B18, amendment to a resolution to a local public agency agreement, amendment number 2 for federal participation between the County of DuPage and the Illinois Department of Transportation for improvement.
Second, Chaplin.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second on these items. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski,
Aye.
Renahan,
Aye.
Rutledge,
Aye.
Selman,
Aye.
Tornatori,
Aye.
Zay, Chaplin,
Aye.
Covert,
Aye.
Desart,
Aye.
DeCiani, Eckhoff, Elliott,
Aye.
Hart,
Aye.
Healy,
Aye.
Krajewski,
Aye.
Larson, Noonan, and Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, those items are adopted.
All right. Mr. Chairman, item L, I would make a motion to waive the first reading of DTO 108-20.
Second, Chaplin.
There's been a motion and a second to waive the first reading. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski,
Aye.
Renahan,
Aye.
Rutledge,
Aye.
Selman,
Aye.
Tornatori,
Aye.
Zay, Chaplin,
Aye.
Covert,
Aye.
Desart,
Aye.
DeCiani, Eckhoff, Elliott, Hart,
Aye.
Healy,
Aye.
Krajewski,
Aye.
Larson, Noonan, and Ozog.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd move to approve DT 0-108-20, an ordinance amending Chapter 33, Section 33-110 of the DuPage County Code of Ordinance to amend the county motor fuel tax ordinance.
Second, Chaplin.
And I'm so moved by Member Pachowski, seconded by Member Chaplin. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski,
Aye.
Renahan,
Aye.
Rutledge,
Aye.
Selman,
Aye.
Tornatori,
Aye.
Zay, Chaplin,
Aye.
Covert,
Aye.
Desart,
Aye.
DeCiani, Eckhoff, Elliott,
Aye.
Hart,
Aye.
Healy,
Aye.
Krajewski,
Aye.
Larson,
No.
Noonan, and Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay.
Mr. Pachowski.
Move to approve change order DTP 193B-18, an amendment to a resolution of BLA Inc. for professional design Phase 2 engineering services for improvements.
Second, Chaplin.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. And Ozog.
Aye.
All right. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve DTP 44A-16 amendment to a resolution to CDM Smith to provide professional services for the long-range transportation plan.
Second, Chaplin.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. And Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Pachowski. A fine report, no doubt. That concludes all of our committee reports. We move on to the next order of business entitled Discussion. We're all familiar with this. Pursuant to the pension obligation projections, or pursuant to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act, we are invited to participate in a discussion about pension obligation projections. So anyone seeking recognition, want to talk about this? Seeing none, hearing none, we move on to the next order of business entitled Old Business. Old Business. Anyone seeking recognition on the order of Old Business?
Yes, Chairman.
Member Rutledge.
Rutledge, thank you. Last summer, I'm going to try to keep this brief. We rolled out a diaper drive in conjunction with Wayne Township, and we have had some success with that, but I'm trying to increase that now with the holidays coming up. I don't want to see children not get a holiday present because they don't have enough money to buy diapers. So I have pulled in as many community partners as I can at this point. The West Chicago Food Pantry, We Go for Kids, United Way, DuPage Federation, Bridge Communities, and of course, Wayne Township Food Pantry. Joan Olson did send a copy of the flyer. Of course, in the time I've had to look at it, I realized there was a typo, so I will correct that and send a new one. But I'm asking you all to share this with your community service people. I would love to expand this district-wide, but I got to make it work here in 6 first. So I'm looking for your help to do that. Rotary, any of those kind of groups. Please share this information. Thank you.
Very nice, Member Rutledge. Member Selman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just 2 brief comments. One, I just wanted to reflect on the conversations that we had in April, first following, COVID and getting CARES Act. Those conversations were so dire about what we could expect in this budget through this board's really hard work, through staff's creativity, including even taking on a new CFO during all that process. We've been able to pass a budget that didn't draw down our reserves in a terrifying way like we had previewed could be possible in the spring, and really left ourselves on a better footing for the years ahead. So I just want to commend this group, because I think if we reflect back to spring, I don't think any of us expected as good of a budget as we were able to get. The second comment I'd like to make is about all of our conduct here while we're on video. I know it's the holidays. I know everyone's busy, but if I'm not mistaken, video is supposed to be on while we're taking votes. I also would sort of remind everyone, when we pass the work from home items for our colleagues in the county, the staff who works in the county, there were some checklists and some things like you had to be at a desk, can't be driving around all over. You got to be a visible participant. And I think it might be a good time over the holidays for us all to reflect on that and make sure we're bringing our most professional game to these meetings and not, having other meetings in the background or TVs and all that. It just makes it so hard to learn when we're all trying to be safe and stay home. So those are my comments. Thank you, Chairman.
Very nice. Hear, hear. Couldn't agree more. Member Chaplin.
Yes. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Thank you.
you, Chairman. So I have two items under old business. The first is I'd like to report on the household hazardous waste event that we had 2 weeks ago. So we served 839 households and approximately 47,000 pounds of waste during an 8-hour collection. So to give you perspective, on the size of the event, the Naperville Household Hazardous Waste Facility, they averaged 290 vehicles in 5 hours on one day. So we really did a huge collection. We collected more than 200,000 pounds of paint. So I want to thank Member Krajewski for his help with this event. And I also want to thank the Milton Township Citizens Corp and Emergency Response Team who were able to manage the tremendous turnout, specifically Dave Stenovid, Trish Billings, and Marty Keller. Their team did an amazing job at getting the cars through and keeping everybody in good spirits. So, if we could find the money, I think, doing 1 or 2 of these a year would be really beneficial to the county. And then secondly, I just want to thank our board members that won't be joining us in the next going forward. I enjoyed serving with all of them, and I thank them for their community service, and I want to wish them well on their future endeavors. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Chaplin. Member Greg Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to pick up where Member Chaplin left off, this is a tough day for all of us, myself included. It's always difficult when you have to say goodbye to colleagues, but that becomes even more difficult when you consider those colleagues your friends. So Bob, Tim, Sean, Jim Healy, thank you so much for all you've done for me. I remember being a new county board member just 3 short years ago, and the guidance, advice, and friendship that you provided over those 3 years has been something I'll never forget. I think I speak for everyone when we say thank you for your impact, not just on this board, but on the county. And personally, I want to thank you for your impact on me. So best of luck. I know it's not goodbye, just the start of something different, but just want to thank you for everything you've done, and thanks for your service to our community.
Can you sing a little of that Adele song for us?
Well, I should also thank Ed Griffell for the very nice PSA he put out. I wish I could take credit for the choice of song. It was actually my wife's post that I reshared, but I'll take it, and trust me, you don't want to hear me sing.
That's great. Member Rutledge.
Oh, I'm sorry. I pre-raised my hand for new business, so.
Okay.
There are others.
Okay, let me just see if anyone else is seeking recognition on the order of old business. Old business, seeing none, hearing none.
A few people.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Member Ozog was raising her hand, and then it's me. And Member Ranahan.
Okay. I have 2 participants raised hand in the little box down here. Now there's more hands coming up. Okay, so please proceed, Member Ranahan. Forgive me. I'm trying my best with this technology.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to jump on as well and just say best wishes to all of our colleagues that are leaving, whether those be our county board, county-wides, or our county board members, Elliott, Healy, Larson, Noonan. I appreciate it when we can find common ground together, and even when we disagreed, I think I learned something too. So best wishes, and I hope we'll stay in touch. And second thing I wanted to say is just as far as I'd like to appreciate everybody's support on money out to food pantries, something I'd been working on with community services with Mary Keating and her staff for a while. Started as a very small project and got bigger and bigger, I think, as all of this board spoke up. And so I just want you to know, people I spoke with, we're going to be feeding so many people at Thanksgiving, something to feel good about. We're going to be able to provide halal meat to families that need it so they have protein. All kinds of good things. So, as a board, I appreciate the work we can get done together. Happy Thanksgiving.
Very nice, Member Ranahan. Member Dessart.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry, I was just queuing up for new business.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair.
Member Tornatore.
Chairman, I think Member Ozag and Member Covert were on before me.
Okay, all right. I'm just looking at the little.
I know. I finally learned how to use it. Thanks for coming.
Okay, so Member Ozog, forgive me, please. I'm just.
Okay. Thank you, Member Torrentori. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was part of the hazardous waste collection. I think I was in line for 50, maybe 90 minutes. I can't say enough about how it was set up. You drove entirely from County Farm all the way over to the fairgrounds. They had it, you going into driveways, very smoothly done. And we got rid of 7 grocery bags and a box of things that had been around for far too long, and it felt very good to be able to do it this way. So I highly hope, I hope we really can do this again, even twice a year. And I'd also like to wish our outgoing colleagues a less exciting 2021 than what we've all experienced, and a healthy new year, and all the best in their future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ozog. Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to wish everybody who's leaving the very best, and it's a new beginning, a new chapter in their lives, and wanted to thank everybody for just being so great on the county board and teaching me a lot, and working together with all of us. So it was it was a sad morning for me. I can't even imagine what others were feeling who have known Jim, for 20 years. So thank you so much for just being great county board members, and you will definitely be missed.
Okay. Thank you, Member Covert. Very nice. Anyone else seeking recognition on the order of old business? Old business? Member Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just feel the need to comment on some of the public comments regarding the school closings. As you did, not only is it not the purview of the county board to close the schools, as was indicated in some of those comments, but also the health department is not responsible for the school closings as well. We make certain statements and recommendations based on the metrics of the health department, but ultimately it's the superintendents and the school boards who do that. And for those people who want to keep schools open or closed, as the manner may be, I think you need to go to your school board meetings and talk to your superintendents. I also would like to say goodbye to my colleagues. Tim, it was fun working with you. You always brought a certain insight that I think might have been lacking from some of us. Sean, you and I came on 8 years ago. I know you as a policeman in Bloomingdale. You're a kind-hearted soul. Bob, not only have I worked with you on the county board, but on the health department as well. You have certainly been a leader in everything you've done, and you will be missed. And Jim Healy, everybody knows I'm the oldest member of the board, but when Healy was on, at least he looked older than me. And now with him gone, it's going to be no doubt as to who the senior person is, if you will, in terms of age. But Jim, I wish you well. When you do retire and ultimately go down to Florida full time, I'll be sure to come and visit you. Happy Thanksgiving, all of you.
Very nice. Thank you, Member Tornatore. Member Desart, on old business, or are we going to new business? I'm sorry.
New business?
Okay. So I think that concludes everyone seeking recognition on the order of old business. Now we go on to the order of business entitled new business. And I know Member Desart and Member Rutledge were both seeking recognition. Member Desart, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I think that Member Rutledge said that she wanted to, she said first that she had new business. Do you want to go first, Sheila, or you're good? Okay. So on the item of new business, talking about the holidays, and I know that we've all lost so much this year with the global pandemic. In the beginning, folks were writing us and talking about the kids remote learning. People have lost jobs and livelihoods and lives and loved ones. And I get it. My family's lost a lot too, personally. My daughter didn't have prom this year. My daughter didn't have a high school graduation ceremony. And last week, I missed my son's wedding. I'll repeat that. I was not at my son's wedding last week. So I hope that everyone continues to take COVID seriously, remembering that it's our responsibilities to keep each other safe, avoid going places, avoid traveling. And I bring this up now in new business because I hope that if you haven't already, you'll consider a Zoom or a FaceTime Thanksgiving and then carrying that tradition throughout the rest of the holiday season. So just wishing you a safe and healthy and happy Thanksgiving, and please try to Zoom your family in instead of seeing them in person, because it's our responsibility to keep everyone safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Desart. Member Rutledge.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your patience getting us this far. I do have an important ask that I have of you today. I was appointed to the Arts DuPage board this last summer, I believe it was, or early spring, and they have approached looking for assistance for not-for-profit arts sector businesses. They've submitted a letter through Nick Kottmeyer. You all have received this, but I'm going to read just a couple of the highlights of that letter, and then I'm going to ask for a show of hands to see if you would be willing to push this forward to get some of the last remaining CARES Act funds, because if we're propping up the bars and restaurants so that when this virus is finally run its course, there are things to do in DuPage, we do have to keep track of the entertainment businesses that are here too, because without them, there won't be anything to come here for. So just some quick bullets on this. The letter they're submitting: the COVID-19's dealt a devastating blow to the not-for-profit arts sector. Theaters are dark, museums are shuttered, and revenue has evaporated. Organizations are trying to stay relevant, but their efforts are not producing enough income to support operating costs. Funding often is allocated to agencies that support basic human needs, leaving arts and entertainment in a perilous position. Arts organizations in DuPage County, home to 2,272 arts-related businesses that provide full-time employment for over 15,000 people. Keeping the arts sector strong will help rebuild other industries once we're able to move forward. DuPage Foundation is strategically positioned to quickly deploy $400,000 in grant funding to support payroll costs, rent, telework equipment, PPE, and sanitation supplies to 25 arts organizations, 3 museums, 8 choral groups, 6 performing arts organizations, 2 art centers, 3 orchestras, 2 art therapy groups, and an arts agency and their specific COVID-19 related needs. They are ready with a brief application for not-for-profit arts organizations, and they're ready to launch that. They have a team of seasoned DuPage Foundation grant committee members that will review any incoming grants thoroughly and quickly, and we're confident that we can meet the deadlines of the CARES Act funding. So Nick has asked me to ask you for a show of hands for anybody that would at least like to know more about this and to get more information from DuPage Foundation and possibly commit money to them to use up those CARES Act funds that we need by the end of the year, as well as help these people that are struggling just as much as bars and restaurants are. So if I could have a show of hands, how are we going to do this? Somebody may have to help me with that.
Yeah, I'm seeing a good representation of hands going up on my screen here. Let me scroll through it here. I see Rutledge, Tornatori, Hart. I see Member Desart. I feel like, remember that show? What was it?
Romper Room.
Yeah, right.
I was on it.
Renahan. Yeah, so it looks like you got.
We got 10. I'm good.
Elliot, Covert, everybody. It's
right.
There you go.
So we'll be submitting this for. Nick's probably got a better idea, but we'll look for approval for this at that first board meeting in December, so that these funds can quickly get into the hands of the people that entertain us, and we'll hopefully be there when we can all be entertained again. So thank you so much, everybody, for your interest in this.
Good work, Member Rutledge.
Thank you.
On the order of new business, Member Tornatori.
No, my only question was, we're going to get more information for that meeting, correct? Member Rutledge,
you agreed now to, you have a huge commitment now that you raise your hand, Sam.
No, Sam, we were trying to get a feel for whether, because the funds are there.
I would like to know more. I would like to know more before we obviously consider it. So.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm kidding. Sorry. It was a proper way to see if people were interested in getting more information. Thank you, Member Rutledge. Thank you, Member Tornatori. Member Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 things real briefly. I know this board has really championed the cause of small business through our Reinvest DuPage program, which we all support and applaud. I just wanted to send a reminder to the board and anyone that's still watching us here at 3:00 that this Saturday is actually Small Business Saturday. So to whatever extent that we can get out and support our local restaurants or local shops, I know the holiday season's starting soon. I know they could use the support, so hopefully we can all do that. I also want to say that last week we had our second Hope Task Force meeting of the last 2 quarters. I appreciate Member Zay being on. I know you were on, Jim, so thank you for being there. And for those that didn't have a chance to tune in, we did announce our newest grant recipients that will be receiving the $100,000 allotment that this board generously allocated. As I mentioned at the meeting, fighting opioid addiction and substance use disorder is as important as ever, given the impacts of COVID-19 and what we've seen in terms of overdoses. So I'll be sending more details to the board about our grant recipients. And of course, if there's any questions, let me know. I believe a release should be going out sometime this week or next, but happy to share more information and look forward to getting your support on those. Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. Anyone else seeking recognition on the order of new business? New business. Seeing none, hearing none. We do not have anything to come before us on the order of executive session. So therefore, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Member Zay has new business.
Member Zay has a comment.
I'm sorry, forgive me. No hand there, so it's my fault. Sorry. Forgive me.
That's all right. I just don't want it to end, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be here forever. I have been given a note that after we adjourn, if we ever do, that some former colleagues of Mr. Healy and seatmates made a video for him. So after we adjourn, I guess Wendy's going to play that.
So more about Jim Healy?
More about Jim Healy. It's a Jim Healy day.
All right. Well, okay. So thank you very much, everybody. This was a lengthy but important meeting. I think we got a lot of good work done. Really appreciate the collaborative team approach to everything we did today. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Alman moves, seconded by Member Rutledge, to adjourn this meeting to Tuesday, December 8th at 10 a.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those nay.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you all for coming. This is our tribute in honor of Jim Healy's last DuPage County Board meeting. In light of the COVID restrictions, we brought together many of the members who had served with Jim Healy in District 5 over the many years, 20 plus years. Unfortunately, Michael Conley could not attend as his mother passed away recently. Jim Healy always did the right thing for the citizens of DuPage County. He worked well with his fellow board members. But 20 plus years of service is quite an accomplishment. He has definitely left his mark on DuPage County and the DuPage County Board. Jim, all the best in your future endeavors, and we wish you much success. I'm forever grateful and proud to have served with you. Thank you, Jim Healy.
I'll jump in if that's okay. I have to admit, I thought when you said this is a tribute to Jim, I thought, oh, what the hell? I thought this was a roast. I had so much good information on a roast. He was a pleasure to work with. He was a great teammate, a great seatmate, as all of you will attest. Very smart. At least he thought he was very smart. If you ever had questions about that, he would certainly correct you and make sure you understood how smart he was. And actually, I should say he was very smart. But the thing about Jim was we ran races together all the time. I mean, it always seemed like we were up at the same time. There were very rarely were we staggered term. So it was always Heap and Healy everywhere, all the signs out there, Heap and Healy. And then if we did do a staggered term and we're on our own, I was thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to get crushed because I don't have Healy on my sign. But we kept hanging in there. So congratulations, Jim, on leaving. It's about time. You know, we need some new blood in there. So there will be a lot of staff that are just going to be ecstatic that you're gone. But now you can move on. It'll be exciting for you, and I'm happy to take part in this roast or tribute, whatever we're calling it.
This is a Healy tribute call. Who is this?
Bob Schillerstrom.
Oh,
no. Who invited him?
I just wanted to make sure Healy was really leaving. I didn't think it was ever going to happen. And I called in because he once told me he never wanted to see me again.
So Bob, this is Bob Heap. How many meetings did we have about that started out? All right, so what are we going to do about Healy?
I thought it was who was going to kidnap or kill him. But you remember things a lot nicer. Well, Jim, congratulations on a great tour of duty. You certainly served the people of DuPage County and people in Naperville District 5 in an exemplary fashion. And I personally, as a member of that district, want to thank you for all your hard work and dedication.
So when I came across this video, it was just too good